Welcome to the Jehovih Chronicles with your host, Cosmon Cal.
Think kind of bam bam. Look what's the Jamaican. With a different style, different fashion. You know? Tell me say one thing Nancy can't understand. One thing Nancy can't understand. What make them a talk about me ambition? Say what make them a talk about me ambition? Come and say some of them a ask me where me get it from. Say some of them a ask me where me get it from. I told them no no it's from creation. I told them no no it's from creation. Bam bam hey yo. What a bam 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 dilang bam 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 dilang bam bam hey. What a bam bam. Ta what a bam bam. This woman never trouble no one. I'm a lady. I'm not a man. MC is my ambition. I come free nice of Jamaican. So bam bam. Ta what a bam bam. Bam bam dilang. Bam bam. Bam bam dilang. Bam bam. Hey yo. Tell me say what a bam bam. Tell me say what a bam bam. Hey yo. Tell them. Me born and me grow in a Princeton 6. I Nancy write the Christmas lyrics. When you hear them, you sound like Christy Biscuits. You come in at the place and me say, well, slick. Yeah, bam, bam, hey, yo. Ta what ta, bam, 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 dilang. Bam, 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 dilang. Bam, bam, hey, yo. Ta what ta, bam, bam, hey, yo. Say what ta, bam, bam. That's some of them a say you want to mash up them plan. I told them no me a one business woman. Sister Nancy she a 1 in a 3 million. Sister Nancy she a 1 in a 3 million. So bam bam, say what a bam bam, bam bam dilang, bam bam, bam bam dilang, bam bam hey. Say go Sister Nancy make you go. I tell you say fi go Sister Nancy make you go. I know it from me head straight down to my toes. I teach her down, Sister Nancy and the go. And some of them a ask her, Sister Nancy make your bad song. Long down the list, Sister Nancy make your bad song. He bam bam, what a bam bam. He bam bam dilang, bam bam. He bam bam dilang, bam bam. What a bam bam. Hey, tell me say what a bam bam. This woman, I never trouble no one. I'm a lady, I'm not a man. MC is my ambition. I come feel nice up Jamaican. So bam bam. Say what a bam bam. Bam bam dilang. Bam bam. Bam bam dilang. Bam bam. Hey, tell me say one thing Nancy can't understand. One thing Nancy can't understand.
Yo, that's right. It's your hostess with the mostest, holding that fire like a roach clip. It's your homeboy Cosmonian right back up in this thing, man. Support the channel, man. Shout out to the homeboy Etchell, Johnny James, your boy Cosby, all them boys checking in, supporting the channel, man. I love y'all. Thank y'all for supporting. If y'all can, hit the Cash App. If you can't, just lock in and get this lesson. You dig what I'm talking about? This is Jehovah Chronicles number 224. Exposing Jesus. That's right. Jesus. Oh, heaven loud. Yeah, we're going to get to exposing Jesus. Now, I want y'all to help me real quick. Thumb up the video, share the live. That's one. You dig what I'm talking about? That's, that's all I need you to do. You dig what I'm talking about? Share it out to your platforms. Somebody going to have to help Cosmo make an X or a TikTok or whatever it is. You're going to have to help me with that. Set up one of them in either or, I don't know which one is supposed to go for which. If it's supposed to be Twitch is the streaming one, or Rumble is the one for the games. I don't know which one is supposed to be which, but I need to set up one of them. You dig what I'm talking about? And for some reason, it won't never let me link my YouTube to my it won't let me link my YouTube to my my Instagram. You dig what I'm saying? So that's one thing. Now, I want y'all to help me with something real quick. Who is this on the screen? I'm gonna narrow it down for y'all, right? And y'all tell me who y'all think this is. Is that John the Revelator? Is that John the Baptist on the screen? If y'all think that's John the Baptist, hit me with a 1. Right? If you think that's John the Baptist, hit me with a 2. If you think that's St. Paul, if you think that's Paul, Paulus, Saulus, if you think that's Saul, hit me with a 2. Right? Hit me with a 2. If you think it's John, hit me with a 1. If you think it's Paul, hit me with a 2. If you think it's Jesus, hit me with a 3. If you think that's Jesus, hit me with a 3. If y'all think that that's Mark, from the book of Mark in the Bible, hit me with a 4. If you think it's none of the above, hit me with a 5. Right? Who y'all think that is? Hit me in the chat who y'all think that is. Right? Y'all let me know who y'all think that is. Is that John? Is that Paul? Is that Jesus? Or is that Mark? Or is it number 5? None of the above. Is that Mark, John, Paul, Jesus, or none of the above? For those who in the know, it's number 5, none of the above. But notice the picture that we see is what we commonly understand and see as the picture and face of Jeebus. But remember, this is Jehovah Chronicles number 224, exposing Jeebus. Right? And we're going to get and show that the structure of the life of the invented literary character called Jesus was based on somebody else, a real man who lived at the time, right? Shout out to Let's Talk Religion. You dig what I'm talking about? We gonna get right into it. We ain't even gonna play with it, right? We gonna get right into it, y'all. Apolloniana Satayana, real Jeebus.
First century, there lived a man who became famous as a kind of wandering sage. He would live a life of celibacy, walk around preaching and performing various miracles, such as driving out demons and even reviving the dead. He was seen by some as a kind of divine man, maybe even the son of God. And at the end of his life, he was taken up to heaven, never to be seen again. And no, I am not talking about Jesus of Nazareth, but rather about Apollonius of Tyana, one of the most fascinating figures from late antiquity. I totally stole that intro from the scholar Bart Ehrman, but in any case, Apollonius of Tyana was a Pythagorean philosopher who became known for performing miracles and who lived a life that, at least according to the famous stories about his life, seemed to mirror in quite a lot of significant ways.
Just to make sure, can everybody hear it good? Can everybody hear it good? If you can, hit me with a one in the chat real quick. If y'all can hear it good, man. Spin a couple vortexes, man. Let's get this thing going, man. Just want to make sure the sound was right on there. It was acting up on me the other day. So just want to make sure the sound is right. Everybody good? I see some ones coming in. Okay. Sound pretty good. All right, let's get back to it.
The famous stories about the life of Jesus Christ in the Christian narratives. But who was Apollonius? What do we know about his life, and what can we say about his connection to the most central figure in Christianity?
When you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for less, like Netflix and Max.
The first century was certainly a very eventful period. It included events that would come to shape the history of the world: the destruction of Jerusalem, the fire of Rome, and of course the life and ministry of Jesus of Nazareth, whose following would eventually turn into the largest religion in the world. We've discussed the life of Jesus in previous episodes and explored the question whether or not he existed as a historical person. The scholarly consensus is that Jesus was a real guy who lived in Judea in the first half of the first century. There are many reasons for these conclusions, but one of the most telling ones, in my opinion, is that Jesus wasn't really all that unique, at least from a certain perspective. There were many people like Jesus at that time and in that region. People who claimed to be the Messiah, people who opposed Roman authorities or who had become famous for walking around performing miracles. So why would Jesus in particular be made up if all these other similar people were real? Now, one such figure in which we find many similarities is indeed that of Apollonius of Tyana, a really colorful character from roughly around Cappadocia in Anatolia, and who would wander around the Hellenic and Mediterranean world as a kind of holy man. Comparisons with Jesus are made all the time, and the life of Apollonius is often used as an argument against the legitimacy of Christ, but things aren't that simple, and the subject is often sensationalized and misrepresented. So what is actually going on with Apollonius? Who was he? Well, the first thing that we must be aware of is the fact that basically all information we have about this guy and his life comes from later sources. In particular, the vast majority of our information comes from a text called The Life of Apollonius of Tyana, written in the 3rd century by a guy called Philostratus. In other words, almost 2 centuries after he died. Furthermore, since Philostratus was a so-called sophist, the text is written in a style that is meant to be, first and foremost, entertaining. It contains many tropes and stylistic features common from text from this era, and many aspects of the text weren't even meant to be historically accurate necessarily, but more so entertaining legendary stories. In other words, much, if not all, of what Philostratus writes needs to be taken with a huge grain of salt. Now, we do have other sources too. We have, for example, letters that are attributed to Apollonius himself, many of which are uncertain in terms of their authenticity, but scholars argue that some of them may actually date back to the guy himself. And these other sources can also tell us more about him, or at least the public perception about who he was. Needless to say, it's very difficult to say anything with certainty about the actual historical figure of Apollonius, and it's much easier to talk about the legendary Apollonius, right? The Apollonius as he is retold or described in the famous accounts, like in Philostratus's Life of Apollonius of Tyana. But it might be possible to extract some of the information
I want y'all to pay clear attention, even though while doubt is being put upon Jesus, nobody is doubting the realness and the actual person of Apollonius. The same things that they saying Jesus did, he did, but they're not doubting it. People of his time wrote about him. Yeah, the most that they get is from Philostratus, but Philostratus is quoting people of Apollonius's time that knew him. That you dig what I'm talking about? Real philosophers like Philo and them speak of him. You dig what I'm talking about? So, while question, may be put up on the so-called miracle parts of Jesus, right? They call it the mythical part. Nobody is questioning the mythical part of Apollonius, right? Nobody's trying to say, well, maybe he didn't exist, right? And neither are we. But they are saying that about Jesus. How? Right? Notice you dig what I'm talking about? They try to put, just because Jesus can't be proved, you dig what I'm talking about? And then once you understand who the difference between Yeshua and Jesus, it really start to make sense, and understand that Yeshua and so-called Jesus are hundreds of years apart. Hundreds, multiple hundreds of years apart. Better than 300. You did what I'm talking about? 400 plus years apart. Easy. Right? And that the parts of the life of Yeshua, right, were incorporated into the real life efforts of the first century sage, Apollonius of Tyana, along with other so-called prophets, seers, or men who hear the voice of gods. And the life of Jesus was created out of the amalgamation of the multiple prophets that predate his literary invention. Right? As much as they want to, they can't deny Apollonius.
From these more hagiographical accounts to get an idea of who this guy could actually have been. So, based on these sources that we do have access to, what can we say about the life of Apollonius? Well, he is primarily remembered as a kind of wonder-working sage. The stories tend to categorize him as a Pythagorean philosopher, or to be more accurate, a so-called Neo-Pythagorean philosopher. But this doesn't mean that he was a philosopher in the sense of having a bunch of knowledge about things or speculating about the nature of reality. As we saw in the episode about Pythagoras, being a quote-unquote Pythagorean could mean a bunch of different things. Apollonius lived in the 1st century AD, and at this point, Neo-Pythagoreanism, in a philosophical sense, had become strongly associated with ideas surrounding numbers, that the fundamentals of reality was made up of numbers or mathematics, and primarily that the most fundamental principle of reality was that of a monad, or the one, which would become so central in late Platonism. But as we discussed, Pythagoreanism was also strongly associated with a certain quote-unquote Pythagorean way of life. There was a certain way in which you could be or behave like a Pythagorean. And while number speculation may have played a role in the thought of Apollonius, it is not so much ideas that he is associated with, but exactly this way of behaving and being, which was characterized as Pythagorean. What does this mean? Well, Pythagoreans were kind of expected to be something similar to what we would call hippies today. They would have long beards, long hair, and wear patched clothing. A Pythagorean would usually follow a vegetarian diet, have a certain mysterious way of speaking or not speaking, and would often wander around a lot from place to place. Because Pythagoras himself was associated with miraculous and almost divine powers, so the later Pythagoreans were often expected to be able to perform miracles or superhuman feats on account of the incredible power of the secret Pythagorean wisdoms that they held. And Apollonius basically fits into all of these characteristics. He was a sage, probably a vegetarian with a beard and long hair, who walked around the Hellenic world and beyond doing miraculous things. And the stories about his life are amazingly rich and fascinating. It is said that even before he was born, his mother was visited by the god Proteus to announce the birth of this amazing sage. The birth itself is similarly colorful, as his mother is said to have been surrounded by swans as she was giving birth. Now, this has led many to associate this with the birth of the god Apollo, which is also accompanied by swans and swan song. And this gives fuel to the idea that Apollonius might have been seen by many as a kind of god on earth or divine being, especially connected to the god Apollo, as is of course suggested in his name Apollonius. Although Philostratus doesn't say anything about his divine or non-divine nature in the actual text. His birth is also accompanied by other heavenly signs such as thunder and other things, and already we're starting to see similarities with other divine figures, including, of course, the story of Christ, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Nonetheless, Apollonius was probably from Tyana in Asia Minor, as his name suggests, and grew up to be a kind of philosopher.
When they say Asia Minor, they're talking about Turkey. They're talking about Turkey. Now, I want y'all to understand, from Turkey all the way to China, right, including all the Middle East, all Persia, all India, is called the Orient, right? So when they say from the farthest of the Sinaian regions, the Sinaian region is the Sinai Peninsula. It's the western part of the Orient. The Orient includes the Middle East, Persia, India, and Asia. You dig what I'm saying? So that's just a little FYI just to fill you in. But remember, Cappadocia is in Edom. Right? Cappadocia is in Edom, modern day Turkey. Right? I want y'all to pay attention to what language these people who are Edomites, your Gentiles, I want you to pay attention to the language they're speaking and writing in, right? Now, this is supposed to be the same time Jesus and them is doing all their stuff. Paul and them and Josephus and everything. And when we see Paul and Josephus write, they writing in Greek and Latin. let's see what Apollonius is writing in, right? So everybody from Turkey is an Edomite, right? Guess who else is from Turkey? Right in Tarsus, right around the corner from Cappadocia. Paul. Let's sink in.
As he studied under some Pythagoreans. But his fate isn't sealed until he makes a fateful journey to India. This journey to India makes up a significant part of the life of Apollonius and tells of how he traveled there to meet and study with the Brahmins, who were, according to him, the true originators of Pythagorean doctrine. In other words, instead of studying with Pythagoreans back home, he went straight to the source, not counting Pythagoras himself, of course. And it is supposedly here that he learns all his amazing wisdom and powers, because when he returns to the West, he immediately becomes known as a sage and people start to gather around him. For the rest of his life, Apollonius would wander around the Mediterranean world. He would go to Greek cities in Anatolia, he went to Egypt and many other places. And in all these places, he is said to have performed miracles. He would cast out demons, he healed the sick, he could, just like Pythagoras himself, miraculously appear in different places at the same time, and many other fantastical stories. There are even stories of how he basically raises people from the dead. In one very fascinating account, he is said to have visited the Oracle of Trophonius. Now, this oracle of Trophonius was infamous for being very, very difficult. It was a very heavy experience. The person who went there would go down and descend into a dark cave and come out almost traumatized by the experience, which may or may not have included some psychoactive compounds.
Hyundai Santa Fe versus Subaru Outback. Look what Santa Fe has and what Outback doesn't.
It probably did. There are stories about people who would forget how to laugh for a long period after going down into this cave. So it's a serious experience. But Apollonius, however, of course, seems completely unfazed by the whole thing, like the total badass that he is. So Apollonius certainly comes off as an incredibly charismatic and colorful character. He would have been seen as a pretty strange figure even for his time. Many of these things that he was associated with made him a very unique figure. Just the fact that he lived a life of celibacy was seen by most people as a complete mystery, especially in pre-Christian times, right? This was just a...
What is a person who lives a life of celibacy called? Maybe it's a word we ain't really heard of, right? A sexless person, a person who lives celibate. Maybe it's a word we ain't heard of regularly, or it's not regularly spoken no more. Anybody ever heard of an aisu? Maybe if you throw an S on the end of it, an aisus. Anybody ever heard of one of them before? It's a celibate person, an aisu, a sexless person. Watch this. Let's keep cooking.
Just this weird thing for someone to do. We could sit here all day and just recount stories about Apollonius's life because they are all so fascinating. In one account, he stops one of his students from marrying a vampire. He could see into the future. The stories are just endless. As for his philosophical beliefs, so to say, we can't really say that much. Again, this wasn't what he was associated with or famous for. But being a Pythagorean in lifestyle, we might also assume or guess that he would also have held certain ideas associated with Pythagoras too, like the importance of numbers and geometry, perhaps reincarnation and the immortality of the soul. Some accounts suggest that he would have held an idea of God, the supreme, as being transcendent above the world and therefore not in need of anything from us, which we can see from his apparent rejection of animal sacrifice, which was a practice that was, as you probably know, incredibly common in antiquity.
What they're trying to speak away from is the fact that Apollonius becomes an Essene. Apollonius becomes an Essene. And from what they're saying, this is just what they're saying, right? That he creates the Nazarene vow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And this is why they come with the misnomer that he's from Nazareth, not that he is a Nazarene, right? Or this is why many times you see you see either Jesus of Nazareth or you see Jesus the Nazarene, to understand that it was really Apollonius, who became an Essene and took the Nazarene vow, a vow of celibacy, a vow to not kill, to not let the shears hit your head and cut your hair, and to live a life of good. That's faithism. That's what a real Israelite was doing. So that kind of changes really it doesn't change, but it broadens the overall ideal of what an Essene is. It's a thing done. Because if you going around acting like, walking like, talking like, you dig what I'm talking about, preaching like, teaching like, living like an Essene, guess what you are? And then you double down, and Apollonius becomes a Nazarene. We're not talking about Jesus. We're talking about Apollonius. He really becomes a Nazarene. Now, mind you, we don't get any stories about Jesus or any of that to Josephus. I'm gonna give you the early dates to the latest, from 73 AD to 93 AD. That's the earliest you're gonna get any text coming from your boy Josephus or anybody in the 1st century AD. It's only 2 people, Paul and Josephus, both purportedly Jews, neither one writing in Hebrew. But guess who is writing in Hebrew? Apollonius. But wait a minute, Cosma, ain't he a Edomite? Why he writing and speaking in Hebrew, but the so-called Jacobites ain't? Remember, Jacob stole his birthright.
Most ancient religions.
Wait. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, and somebody could check me behind this. You did what I'm talking about, because I could be wrong. But if I'm not mistaken, and my memory is recalling perfectly, does not Jacob mean usurper, supplanter? I could be wrong with that. But somebody going to the Strongs or going to the Hebrew text and check behind me real quick. I'm almost certain Jacob literally means usurper, supplanter. I could be wrong. So y'all check that for me real quick.
had some form of animal sacrifice, and Apollonius seems to have rejected this practice. And this can be seen, for example, from one of the texts that is actually attributed to Apollonius himself, called On Sacrifice. Quote, "To him we must not kindle fire or make promise unto him of any sensible object whatsoever. For he needs nothing, even from beings higher than ourselves. We should make use in relation to him solely the higher speech, I mean that which issues not by the lips and from the noblest faculty we possess, and that faculty is intelligence, which needs no organ. On these principles, then, we ought not on any account to sacrifice to the mighty and supreme God."
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That could have been written in Owaspy. That's Faithism 101. Why? Because the Essenes are Faithists. Why? Because the Nazarenes are Faithists. Why? Because Apollonius is a Faithist. Why would you sacrifice something why would you sacrifice something to everything? It don't make sense. The thing that made everything don't need nothing except you to think. That's all he needs you to do is think. And from the noblest faculty we possess, and that faculty is intelligence, which needs no organ. It needs no brain. Don't need a pancreas or a finger. On these principles, then, we ought not to, on any account, to sacrifice to the mighty and supreme God. And he would and believe and just know Apollonius would have known the difference between God and the Creator. He was, I'm absolutely sure he just knew who he was talking to. Just like many times we come out and we know who we talking to, and we, even though we differentiate God from the Creator, understanding who we are talking to and who we are addressing, we will apply the title God to who they already believe is the Most High. There's no need to confuse them. So you dig what I'm talking about? So when we say Supreme God, Most High God, they already get it. Right? There's no need to confuse them. Right? They understood that it was gods. Ye are gods. And then there was God. Right? But as a Faithist, as an Essene, as a Nazarene, as an Ebionite at this time too, you would have known the difference between God and the God maker. You'd have known the difference between the sun and the sun maker. You'd have known the difference between the watch and the watchmaker. That is the difference between the Creator and God. Apollonius, why are you speaking Samaritan Hebrew and ain't a goddamn Jew on the planet at that time? Your so-called greatest historical writer, Josephus, is writing in Greek and Latin, living in the house of Vespasian and Titus. You dig what I'm talking about? Chilling with Domitian. Yeah. Why is he Epaphroditus, Paul, and Josephus' boy? Why, if you're a real Israelite, are you not writing in Hebrew because you sold out. You can read the Samaritan Hebrew, but since you sold out to Rome and then turned around and told Titus that he literally was the Son of God, told Vespasian he was God. What did y'all trying to tell me this nigga didn't sell out? But wait a minute. Ain't the Edomites supposed to be the most hated sons of that? I mean, they are literally hated by the biblical God. Hated. Esau, I have hated. But these the niggas speaking the Hebrew. Wait a minute. These the niggas doing the good thing. Okay, so if we just looking at it. Is blood killing sacrifice good? Okay, we just looking at that. One is saying, don't offer me shit. Think and live to your highest ideal of yourself, and that is the greatest praise to me that you could ever give. And one is saying, kill every goddamn thing, flay the animal, bleed it, gut it, stick the fat off of it, hit it with some paprika and Cajun seasonings, and you dig what I'm talking about, and put that thing on the barbecue for me there, Cosmo. Murder your child and then roast her for me, Jephthah. Which one sounds like it comes from a good creator, and which one sounds like it comes from an evil God? And then remember, before any of this happens, you already told me thou shalt not kill, not even for your food. That's what you said, partner. Now, which one sound like it came from the creator? The one that said, don't kill nothing, do some good stuff. Or the one that said, arise, Peter, slay and eat. Huh? Which one? The guy that's going to be standing with his garment dipped in blood up to a horse's bridle? Or the nigga that said, on Sabbaths, come dance before me, and when you get tired, sit your ass down, and I'm going to speak to your soul. Huh? Which one sound like your creator? This is what you got to choose. You going to have to say you. Why is Apollonius acting like a Nazarene, like a faithist? Huh? Cause him was.
Here, we see him having ideas similar to philosophies associated with Platonism and Pythagoreanism, which are so closely connected, of course, which imagines the divine as a mind or nous, and that our way of communicating with God is through this nous, and of us somehow ascending to this noetic world of the intellect, and through there communicating with God, and not through this material world through sacrifices and such things. Certainly, he lived an endlessly fascinating life, and his death is equally interesting. Indeed, the death of Apollonius is a kind of mystery in itself.
Now
Even
watch
Philostratus,
this.
who writes the Life of Apollonius, admits that he doesn't really know what happened to him. Some stories say that he somehow got into trouble with the Roman authorities and was put on trial, but that he suddenly disappeared from the courtroom, never to be seen again.
Now, the crazy part is, look, this sounds crazy, but ain't this the same thing happened to Jesus? He went in a thing they was gonna kill him, and he disappeared, right? What y'all don't know is Apollonius was brought before the Roman courts twice, just like Paul. What you saying, Cosmon? What is you saying, Cosmon? What you need to know is, don't worry about what I'm saying. Worry about the fact that Apollonius is proven in the historical record by being in the court of Titus and Vespasian. Wow, wow, wow. This is proven a real person. Huh? Watch. Just keep watching.
A common idea among his followers and admirers was that he never actually died, but that his soul was taken up into the heavens, that he just up and disappeared one day, traveling to the higher planes of existence. Apollonius of Tyana is a figure that baffles us even still today. All the stories about his life, as written in the Life of Apollonius by Philostratus, are of course very fantastical. And as we've seen, they also mirror in many ways the life and stories about Jesus Christ in the Christian accounts. But how much of this life story of Apollonius is actually true? Remember, Philostratus wrote almost 2 centuries after Apollonius lived, and he was also a sophist that was primarily interested or concerned with entertaining his audience. And for these reasons, we should be careful and we should be doubtful of a lot of the information that he gives us in his book. Did Apollonius actually travel to India, for example? There is, of course, a possibility, but it's also a very convenient way to connect him to his master Pythagoras, who is also said to have made the same journey. Not to mention the common ancient trope of traveling to the east to find wisdom. And what about all these miracles and travels in the West? In short, we can't really know much at all about Apollonius as a historical person. Even here, there are similarities between him and Jesus, because the scholarly consensus on them is pretty similar. Just like with Jesus, it is generally agreed that Apollonius was probably a real person in some regard, but that most of the stories about him are later interpolations. It also might be safe to assume that he was a Pythagorean who became famous for wandering around the Hellenic world performing miracles, but much more, if even that, can't really be said. Again, he fits into a kind of common tendency of wandering miracle workers of this time period. Even in the Jewish world, we have figures like Honi the circle drawer, and perhaps even Shimon Bar Yochai, the famed main character and mythical author of the Zohar, as examples of similar figures in the region at the time. And at this point, I guess we should discuss the elephant in the room, which is the huge number of similarities between the life of Apollonius and that of Jesus, as it is told in the Gospels, from the miraculous birth accompanied by divine signs to performing
Hold on. First of all, let me make sure y'all can hear. Let me share something with y'all. Why y'all always going to see the correlation between Jesus and Apollonius. Why? Because Apollonius built his doctrine on Christos or Krishna's doctrine from India, right? In the tale of Krishna, the enlightened son of the Father God, or the physical representation of the God, which is what Jesus is for Christ. You dig what I'm talking about? Krishna is for Brahma. You dig what I'm saying? So it is in that light that we see Apollonius go get that doctrine, the Christos, Krishna doctrine, out of India. That doctrine becomes what we know today as the Gospels. That's right. Written by Apollonius in Hebrew, reworked into Latin and Greek by Josephus, taken by Marcion, Marcion around 130, reworked into a tale of where now Apollonius is somehow the follower of Jesus, who would be himself. You see how Marcion worked it in there, and then created this mythical character named wow. The mythical character that sets itself on fire in the Roman theater. It starts with a P. Come on, y'all. It's not Proteus. That's the god's name. It's a not Persephone. It's slipping my mind. It'll come back to me, y'all. It'll come back to me in a second. Let's just keep cooking.
Similar miracles, even to his death or non-death.
Well, yeah. The one thing I wanted to finish on and tell y'all why you're going to always see the comparison between Krishna Apollonius and Jesus is because Apollonius' doctrine was built on Krishna doctrine. Right? So when you look east, you always see something like it. But that's what I'm saying. They conflated the two, the Jesus doctrine, with the life of Apollonius. Why? Because he built many of the Nazarene gospel stories, or his teaching method that he brought back with him from Sumatra. Actually, he went through India to the other side and got this doctrine that is now reworked as the Gospels. Your boy Marcion, who becomes Mark of the Bible, created two invented characters. You dig what I'm talking about? It's just skipping my mind, man. He sets himself on fire in the Roman Colosseum, and he creates Paul. Right? What a Paul is a follower of Apollonius, who would have been following those gospels of Paul. Right? So that's what a Paul is. Right? They rewrote it as if he was a man and backdated his story. Huh? So Marcion could write himself into the story, right, and become a prophet, martyr, whatever he wanted to become, right? Literally ingraining himself into the fledgling understanding of what the birth of this thing called Christianity was coming to be. Marcion, your quote unquote Mark. At this time, I want y'all to understand there are, let's just say in the time that we're talking about 60s, 50s, 60s AD. That's right. First century, 50 to 60 AD. Right? Same time it's supposed to be all this stuff going on with Jesus. And well, first of all, Jesus would already been dead by 17 years at this time. Because remember, they're in the court of Domitian and Nero. So he's already dead, damn near 20 years. So to fill that time in, I think they created a guy named Paul. Dirty work, nasty work. Paul would be like a pseudonym. So is Mark. So is Luke. What you're going to find out is so is John. First of all, if you can lie about who Jesus is, you can lie about who Paul is, you can definitely lie about who John is. I'm telling you, John better not have retired to the same place Apollonius did. I bet you that bet not had happened. Did John and Apollonius retire to the same place? And did they both get a vision? They bet not have. Because what you saying then, Cosmos? You saying that Apollonius could be the structure and the real man that the stories of Jesus, Paul, and John are built around in the first century? Yes, sir. That's exactly what I'm saying. Let's go.
There are too many similarities to be a coincidence here, right? Again, Philostratus' Life of Apollonius of Tyana, which is the source where we get the vast majority of our stories about him, was written in the 3rd century. Not only is this long after the figure in question lived, but also after the gospel accounts of Jesus had been written and basically been considered canon. With this in mind, many scholars today argue that one of the main purposes of Philostratus' writing this work on Apollonius was as a kind of response to the Christians, who by that point had become quite a powerful community. In a way, Apollonius is constructed as the pagan version of Christ. He's portrayed as doing all the things Jesus did, and even more, in fact. This is a way for Philostratus to show that basically, look, we have holy men like you too. Your Jesus isn't so special after all. So I think the answer lies somewhere in there. Many of these similarities may have been due to the fact that figures like them were relatively common in the 1st century, and the very particular parallels between them may have been a direct response against the Christians and the biblical accounts by Philostratus. But we can be thankful for such interreligious conversation, even if it isn't so friendly in this case, because it gives us such fascinating stories as that of the life of Apollonius of Tyana. Truly one of the most interesting figures of late antiquity, even without the connections to other more famous people. Again, it's hard to say how much of the stories about him are true, but even if we accept just the bare minimum as authentic, we are still left with an incredibly intriguing and inspiring sage / divine man / philosopher / Pythagorean of the kind that makes studying ancient history and philosophy so much fun.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously. Why are you not investing into one of the most...
I would like to take this opportunity to thank all my patrons over on Patreon.
Hey, but with that being said, that's your boy Apollonius of Tyana, right? We're going to put on some of this etheric driving music, you dig what I'm talking about? Put our goggles on, you dig what I'm saying? Jump off in this OT van and y'all smash through the galaxy with your Uncle Cosmon for a minute, right? Let's dip a little dive just a little bit deeper on your boy Apollonius of Tyana. Right? This is a real man. Notice the common look connection to what we would commonly understand as Jeebus. Huh? I wonder if there is a text anywhere in the world where Apollinarius speaks for itself about the resemblance that they now try to put on Caesar Borgia, which is even a rewrite itself. Watch this. Apollonius of Tyana, an ancient Greek philosopher and miracle worker from the Roman province of Cappadocia, or Turkey, who lived in the 1st century CE, is often associated with Jesus Christ. Why? Why? Because they know for a fact that the things they say about Jesus are applied to Apollonius also. But the amazing part is they can prove Apollonius was a real person. Huh? There are no, you don't have to rely on the fact that he had a brother or anything. No, you can go right to him in the historical record, right in the 1st century, right when they're saying it's supposed to be this Jesus, and we find a real character said to be doing all the same thing Jesus was doing in the same places they said Jesus is supposed to be doing them, roughly at the same time that they say Jesus is supposed to be doing. And we can prove Apollonius was there. History proves that he there. He say he there. Other people say he there. They may call him by different names, but they saying this person who is doing this certain thing, he is there doing it. The historical record proves it. In the 1st century, when Jesus is supposed to be doing it, that Apollonius is actually doing it. Huh. Interesting. At the same time, they're supposed to be writing down all this stuff in history. Huh? In Hebrew, correct? No. It's being written in Greek and Latin. This amazing story parallels Jesus. Has raised controversy among historians and theologians for centuries. Well, if it's been such a big hubbub, why most of us ain't heard about it? Do that mean that maybe somebody got silenced? If it's been going on for centuries and y'all just been knowing this, huh? I think that's cap. Now they knew the person existed, but I think for many years it was hidden. Nobody know nothing about no Apollonius of Tyana. That got brought back around later on. And now, guys like me, researchers and other dudes is just refinding this stuff. And, now, there's been a controversy with theologians for centuries. No, nigga. And the first one to really expose it came in 1881. Now, and I ain't talking about old Waspy. Uh-oh. What you mean you ain't talking about no old Waspy? Because, man, that's all you talk about, old Waspy. No, it ain't. You ain't been watching. I show you what old Waspy say and then go try to prove it objectively, axiomatically, factually. You dig what I'm talking about? Figures, mathematics, scientific experiments, try to show you what the fuck is really going on. But it's some things behind what you can't see or what you can see. There's some things behind that. Don't they always say the unseen rules the seen? Jesus Christ's contemporary. Listen, they born at the same time. We don't know what year Jesus was born in. They say he died in 4 BC, the year that Herod the Great died. Historically, they try to say he was born, or biblically, theologian-wise, they say he was born in 0 AD. Then in another part of the text, he was born in the year of the Roman tax census in 6 AD. That's a decade apart. 3 different versions in one text. Come on. Can't be both. Guess who was born in 2 AD for sure? Why ain't Apollonius see Jebus? I'm telling you, Jebus couldn't help but see Apollonius. Huh? Apollonius ain't say nothing about no Jebus. But Jebus said something about who is Apollos and Paulus in the Bible. Yeah. Right? Who is Apollo in the Bible? Obscure ass dude, pop up out of nowhere in the New Testament. Huh? Jesus Christ's contemporary, Apollonius of Tyana, who lived circa 3 BC. No, he was born in 2 AD. Right? To around what? 97. You're going to find out that he lived. He died in 99. He was born in 2 AD, not 3 BC, like they say about Jebus. But look when he supposedly died, in 97. You're going to find out that's really 99. So he lived to 97 years old. Watch this, though. Hold on 1 second. What are you like? You doing on something, man? No business chilling. All right. And who many people at the time believed was a divine figure who could save humanity is almost erased by history. Apollonius and Tyana's similarities to Jesus Christ are undeniable. They are both said to have ascended to heaven. There are stories of both performing miracles. They are both spiritual teachers. Bart Ehrman, a well-known agnostic atheist and a professor of religion at UNC Chapel Hill, starts his class by sharing this description of a famous man from the ancient world. Before he was born, his mother had a visitor from heaven who told her that her son would not be a mere mortal, but in fact would be divine. His birth was accompanied by unusual divine signs in the heaven. As an adult, he left his home to engage on an itinerant preaching ministry. He gathered a number of followers around him who became convinced that he was no ordinary man or human, but that he was the Son of God. And he did miracles to confirm them in their beliefs. He could heal the sick, cast out demons, and raise the dead. Hold on, let me turn it down real quick. They say, and he did miracles to confirm them in their beliefs. He could heal the sick, cast out demons, and raise the dead. At the end of his life, he aroused suspicion among the ruling authorities in Rome. This is documented. And was put on trial. but they could not kill his soul. He ascended to heaven and continues to live there to this day. Right? To prove that he lived on after living his earthly orb, or after leaving his earthly orb, he appeared again to at least one of his doubting followers, who became convinced that, in fact, he remains with us even now. Later, some of his followers wrote books about him, and we can still read about him today. Ehrman, of course, wants everybody, right? Who y'all think he talking about, y'all? Real talk. Who y'all think he talking about? That a dude who could do miracles, cast out sick, heal the sick, cast out demons, raise the dead. You did what I'm talking about. He got killed, put on trial. You did what I'm talking about. Ascended into heaven, appeared back to his homeboy. You did what I'm talking about. We became convinced that he's still living. Who we talking about, y'all? Huh? Most folks would say that's Jesus. With belief in the narrative that they commonly got. No historical proof to back it up. But we got a historical person here proven to have done all those things, said to have done all those things, real time, historical. Ehrman, of course, wants everybody in his class to think he's talking about Jesus Christ. But alas, he reveals the shocking news that he wasn't talking about Jesus at all. Instead, he's referring to Apollonius of Tyana. Apollonius defied Roman emperors. Apollonius defied the bloodiest emperors who ever sat on the Roman throne, Nero and his successor, Domitian, who Josephus goes on and calls God. So who's sold out? Who really the real Israelite? Do it make sense that Jacob go on to do the BS and the Edomites really go on to do all the real work, but they get blamed as the bad guy while Jacob is the good guy? Huh? Didn't they lie about everything? Apollonius fearlessly traveled from one end of the Roman Empire to the other, inciting revolutions against the despots. They say Jesus did that, but ain't no proof of that. But there's stories about that, right? When we know Apollonius did it, same time Jesus supposed to be doing it, in the same places. We don't see no Jeebus, but we do see Apollonius. Put it together. Inciting revolutions against the despots and establishing egalitarian communities among his followers who bore the name of Essenes, not his followers. He followed the Essene way, right? With his doctrine, he helped combat and set up what is called a Nazarene. And I don't believe he even set that up because the Nazarenes predate him, but I believe he may be one of the first people to write down what a Nazarene is. Not content with such activities in the Roman provinces, he bravely entered Rome itself after all philosophers had been expelled from the city under penalty of death by Domitian. This is historical, right? There, he openly denounced the tyrant, and he was arrested and thrown into a dungeon. Sound familiar? Awaiting certain death, which, however, due to his brilliant speech and self-defense, Paul, and his extraordinary powers of mind, he averted securing his liberty and also Remember, he's a Roman-born citizen. Uh-oh. He from Cappadocia, Turkey. He already a citizen. So now it makes sense when Paul say, I'm a born citizen. Why? Because he right up the street from where Apollonis is. They both in Edom. So you can't be no Israelite and be one of these Roman dudes, doing everything apostate to what a real Israelite would do. But if you was Roman at the time, wasn't nothing they couldn't do nothing about it. This is where you get your story of Paul telling the nigga, no, I'm a Roman-born citizen. Can't be no Israelite and a Roman-born citizen. That ain't even how it works. Right? Where'd you get that from? You got that from the fact of being born in Edom in Turkey. Right where Paul was born. I ain't make it up. Where's Tarsus? Right? At least 16 temples were built to Apollonis of Tyana. Right? But look, he went back a second time. Right? He was there with Nero. He got through with Nero. Went back with Domitian. And rock with Titus. He was there at the fall of Jerusalem. Remember there was a person who healed Josephus up? Remember Josephus got hurt? Remember there was a person there and they didn't really name him? It was Apollonis. He was there. Watch this. At least 16 temples were built in honor to Apollonis of Tyana. Wow. I didn't know that. Today, few are aware from the Greek, from Cappadocia. Right? But listen, the Cappadocians, right? The Cappadocians, which is in Turkey, they spoke Hebrew. We're going to let the great Cappadocian sage tell you itself. But in the ancient world, however, the great philosopher had something like 16 temples built in his honor all over the Mediterranean world and possibly down through the Mesopotamia or Babylon, Iraq, and into India. He was a mythical hero during the time of the Roman Empire. Apollonis was a charismatic teacher and miracle worker who became a follower of the religious teacher and mathematician Pythagoras and was heavily influenced by his philosophies. Now, the crazy part is there are people who during the turn of the century, early 20s, you dig what I'm talking about, early teens, who on the historical record speak of being in class with Pythagoras. Learning the Pythagorean theorem with Apollonis. Historical. It is the ancient Greek philosophical thought that separates Apollonis' beliefs from Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ taught that his followers that God answers prayers. Apollonis believed in a God who was a pure intellect and taught his followers that the only way to converse with God was through the intellect. He also taught other things, though. He taught that prayers and sacrifice were useless. Yes, he would have taught that. And that God really did not want to converse with men, or always does. He didn't need anything to converse with you. That's probably what the message was. Huh? When you look back and read Apollonius, you'll see that's exactly what the message was. He taught that it was your deeds. It was what you did that actually mattered. That's how you interact with God. Ain't that what a faithist teaches? Exactly. They're sleeping on the OG Apollonius. The gods do not need sacrifices. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Paul said, Jeba said, sacrifice it up, cuz. Don't even matter. Don't even worry about it, cuz. Just eat it, man. Don't even think about it. Just eat chitlins, everything. If the gods don't need sacrifices, who the hell told Moses and gave Moses laws on sacrifice? Uh-oh. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. Yeah. Hot over here. If the gods don't need sacrifices, who was that gave Moses a long sacrifice? And then, wait a minute, turned around and said, I didn't tell you to sacrifice nothing. It didn't even come to my mind. Somebody lying. Can you say contradiction? It's some BS. It's some BS. Hallelujah. That fake. Somebody lying. The gods do not need sacrifices. So what might one do to please them? Acquire wisdom, it seems to me, and do look. What? And do all the good in one's power to those humans who deserve it. Tell me he wasn't a faithist. If y'all see he's a faithist, hit me with a 3 in that chat real quick. Hit me with that Tracy. Huh? Didn't he tell you the key to faithism? Y'all think it's a joke? Y'all think Cosmo would just be making this up? How is it here? I ain't even got to the good stuff yet. I ain't even got to the good stuff. You better share the live out. Thumb up the video. Tell your people about this. Huh? Yeah. What they gonna do now? Huh? Don't this boy sound like a faithist? Hit me with a 3 in the chat if he sound like a faithist. The gods do not need sacrifices. So what might one do to please them? Acquire knowledge. Acquire wisdom. It seems to me, and to do all the good in one's power to those humans who deserve it. He traveled widely around the Mediterranean and into India, through India. He actually went to Sumatra as a preacher, speaking his message and healing the sick. An epigram first seen in the Adana of Cilicia, but now known to be from Mosuhisha, celebrates Apollonius as one named after Apollo. who extinguished the errors of men and was sent by heaven or taken up into heaven to drive out the sorrows of mortals. The earliest and by far the most detailed source of the life of Apollonius is a lengthy novelistic biography written by the Athenian sophist Philostratus, which he completed long after his death, probably around the 220s to the 230s. Among the miracles that are attributed to him by Philostratus, who is, by the way, downgrading, he's not bigging him up, but we do got some text on what Philostratus had to say later on after his life. What you say, Cosmo? Among the miracles that were attributed to him by Philostratus was saving the city of Ephesus from a plague. It is also claimed that he brought the daughter of a Roman senator back to life. In one case, he stopped a follower from marrying a woman who turned out to be a Lamia, a type of disguised demon, and in doing so, saved his life. Wow. Real nigga, Apollonius. Philostratus implies on one occasion that Apollonius had extrasensory perception. A Suez. Did Apollonius reach Iesu status? Did he reach Iesu status? He was celibate. When Emperor Domitian was murdered on September 18th, listen, 96. He's still alive, y'all. When Emperor Domitian was murdered on September 18th, 96 AD, Apollonius was said to have witnessed the event in Ephesus. On the day it happened in Rome, and told those present, "Take heart, gentlemen, for the tyrant has been slain this day." Both Philostratus and renowned historian Cassius Dio report this incident, probably on the basis of oral tradition. There are several accounts of the death of Apollonius. In one, he is arrested by Septimius Severus. Do y'all know when Septimius Severus existed? What? Watch this. Septimius Severus. This is 145. Septimius Severus was born in 145, so damn near 50 years after he dead. Right? They done tied the boy. You dig what I'm talking about? To being killed by Septimius Severus. You see how when you put it on the timeline, don't none of that work. So y'all saying at that time he would have been 143 years old in 145. No, sir. And then you got to give a time to where hold on, let's see what year Septimius Severus actually takes the throne. He only take the throne to 193. So you trying to say this nigga 195 years old at the earliest. He 195 years old. Huh? And Septimius killed him? No, trick no good, partner. Trick no good. So we know this, whatever happened with Septimius Severus ain't got nothing to do with the real Apollonius. So we can throw that out. He disappeared from his cell and was never seen again. Yeah. The mysterious poof. In another version, he rose into heaven from a temple in Asia Minor. Asia Minor is the Middle East. Okay? Where the Levant is, where Turkey is, all the Middle East is Asia Minor. Also known as the Orient. Also today known as the Middle East. In most stories, it is claimed he disappeared around the age of 100 and was still youthful.
Yeah.
Hold on, stop. Skeptics question the biography. Philostratus' biography of Apollonius has many skeptics. Some researchers believe that it was written on the instructions of Empress Julia Domina. You'll find that that's right. The wife of Emperor Septimius Severus. Yes, but that's in the 200s. This happens in the 200s. The wife of Emperor Septimius Severus and the mother of the bloody tyrant Caracalla, right? Remember the new movie with your boy, The New Gladiator? The New Gladiator is written about the story of the rulers that was overthrown are the two brothers or the sons of Septimius Severus, Caracalla and Gotha, right? Caracalla kills Gotha, and then Caracalla gets killed by the character that Denzel is playing. I can't remember his name right now. Right? But all this happens in the teens, in the two teens. 215 to, well, I'd say 212 to 217. Right? And they believe that the empress commissioned the biography by Philostratus in order to counteract the popularity of Christianity. She wanted to strengthen paganism in the empire and was worried about the threats from Christians. This means that the real figure of Apollonius may have been lost. Philostratus could have misrepresented him in order to turn him into a pagan alternative to Jesus Christ. This appears to have been successful, and Apollonius was honored by many, including the emperors Julian and Aurelian. His image was worshipped in many temples for centuries after his disappearance. Wow. So a lot of them temple relics we thought was Jebus and Hercules. We thought them is Apollonius Italiana. This was not enough to stop the growth in the Christian church. The worship of Apollonius declined after Constantine. We're going to read about Constantine today, y'all. Made Christianity the official religion of the empire. Philosophers' biography may have distorted Apollonius, so today we do not know who he actually was. Was he a fraud, a religious prophet, or a serious religious philosopher? We will never be sure. Yes, you will. Huh? Yes, you will. Y'all ready to get into this, man? Yeah, his name Macrinus. That's good looking, Elijah 7. Right? Who was that? Who was that? That's the big homie, Apollonius of Tyana, huh? Who you think is Jeebus? What? Apollonius, the Nazarene. Look at that. Let's let the OG, the Cappadocian sage, speak for himself. We don't need nobody to speak for him when we got it ourselves. Straight out the horse's mouth. We don't need nobody to speak for him. Let him say what he gonna say for himself. Y'all take this. You dig what I'm talking about as anything with a grain of salt. But then do your research. And you see if this is some BS. Huh? If it was, how? Who knew this information? Since they spoke about Philostratus or Philostratus, we're going to look in here and see what he got to say too. I wasn't even going to go do that. But we could probably just going to look at what Philostratus has to say about Apollonius too. But why not let the great Cappadocian sage speak for itself? This is from the book called Antiquities Unveiled. Right? Brought forth back through by mediumship, clairvoyance, clairaudience. Recorded in the same year OWASP came out. They started getting the they didn't finish theirs to 1886. Because the dude ended up dying. Let's let the big dog speak for itself. Right? Apollonius of Tyana. The who? The Jesus of Nazareth. The who? The Saint Paul and John the Revelator. Wait a minute. Wait, Cosmon. Apollonius is the Jesus of Nazareth, Paul and John? Oh, Lord. Wait a minute. He the Jeebus, Lawless, Saulus, Paulus, and John the Revelator of the Christian scriptures? What? Returns to earth as a spirit. And explains the mysteries that have concealed the theological deception of the Christian hierarchy. Say it came back as a spirit. Take it with a grain of salt. But watch this. We gotta read it and see what it say. then do your homework and see if he telling the truth. Because Cosmon did his homework. Before entering upon this all-absorbing subject, it is simply proper by way of explanation to inform the reader that previous to this date given below, Mr. Roberts, right, the guy who started off this collecting this stuff, Mr. Roberts had been having regular weekly sittings with the medium through whom these communications were received. But in reference to the sitting on May 25th, 1881, and Mr. Roberts records in his notes the following. Right? This is the one from May 25th, 1881. He says, having been informed who would next manifest through the medium, the time had arrived. I felt a thrill of astonishment and delight of the greatest intensity, and the very air of the humble apartment in which we sat seemed filled with a mighty spiritual power, as the name of Apollonius of Tyana was announced, and we were greeted for the first time by the great Cappadocian sage and philosopher, as well as the greatest teacher and benefactor that ever drew to himself the love, admiration, and reverence of the civilized world. Ooh-wee, so that love that y'all feel, that y'all be putting towards Jesus, is actually because it was a real man named Apollonius that loved you first. Apollonius, the spirit anointed Christ of the Orient, or the Middle East, right? So when they get to talking about the farthest Sinarian region in the Orient, yeah, the Sinarian region is the Sinai Peninsula. Where else would the Sinarian Peninsula be? Let our salutation be the survival of truth and its conquest of superstition. I was born, listen, this is Apollonius speaking. I was born, according to the Christian calendar, on February 16th, AD 2. February 16th, 2 AD. Of look, not broke, but of wealthy parents. You wasn't born in no manger. I was educated until my 26th year in general philosophy and literature, when I served for 6 more years under Eusenes of Heraclea, learning the Pythagorean philosophy. After acquiring all I could learn from the teachings of that philosopher, I went to Antioch, and from there to Jerusalem. Sound familiar? Starting to sound a little familiar, y'all? On account of some wonderful physical manifestations of spirit power taking place through my then young mediumship, which persons living in Jerusalem had heard of, my entrance to that city was hailed, as it has been alleged, the entrance of Jesus of Nazareth was hailed, with the hosannas and songs of praise to one who came in the name of the Lord. So the ride on the donkey with the hosannas and all that stuff, entering into the city, he said, that really happened to me. And now, mark particularly what I say. He said, listen closely. This took place when I was 33 years of age. Listen, if it happened to Jesus, that would have meant it happened in 33 AD. But when it happened to him when he was 33 years old, it would have been 35. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You 2 years off. Yeah, it happened in Jesus's 30 or Apollonis's 33rd year, but not in the 33rd year of the common era like it was supposed to. It happened in the 35th. Uh-oh. Listen, he gonna get exposed. He's starting to expose it already. When I was 33, it happened. They say it happened to Jesus in the 33rd year. 2 years later, it happened to me in real life. They backdated the story. I want you to pay closest attention to what I shall set forth. You will, by examining who? Josephus's work, The War of the Jews, see that concerning the siege of Jerusalem, a certain prophecy was given, or words were spoken, as is alleged by Jesus of Nazareth, which were fulfilled. You will find what I refer to in Matthew, the 23rd chapter and 35th verse. So Matthew 23:35, where the so-called Jesus is made to have asserted that generation were guilty of all the blood that had been shed from Abel to Zacharias, the son of Barak, slain between the temple and the altar exactly 34 years after the alleged death of Jesus, or 67 AD. And you will find this philosophy, when fulfilled, while Jesus is made to have said that it was fulfilled in his time. And here you have an example of the unauthenticity of the Christian Gospels. Jesus said it would be fulfilled in his time. We find it fulfilled in 67 AD. Why? Because he's saying at the siege of Jerusalem in 67 AD, he is the one that actually gave that prophecy then. Uh-oh. And that's why you don't find it till that time. 34 years later. Uh-oh. Watch this. It says, and here you have an example of the unauthenticity of the Christian Gospels. He said, all this I learned at the very time at which Flavius Josephus wrote the history of the War of the Jews. For I was employed and used by Emperor Vespasian as his oracle. Hold on one second, y'all. All right. Now, he said, all this, right, I learned at the very time at which Flavius Josephus wrote the history of the War of the Jews. For I was employed and used by Emperor Vespasian as his oracle when in the same state as this medium, when in the same state as this medium who now sits before you. Okay, this is important. He says he didn't learn that Josephus had wrote this mess till Josephus wrote the War of the Jews, but how he learned about it was that him and Josephus both were employed by Emperor Vespasian. Now let's go look at what year did Flavius Josephus write the War of the Jews. He wrote it in 7 volumes between 75 and 79, towards the end of Vespasian's reign. Is the spirit lying? How would he know that? And nobody knew this. Why was he employed by Vespasian? Why? Because remember, they took him in front of the court twice. And he masterfully got up out of that shit and showed them that what was really going on and that he was a Roman. So Vespasian employed him. Yep. He was his medium, his oracle. Yep. Historical. Look it up. Both was employed by Vespasian. Now, look what he says. Never during my mortal life did I desire to be worshipped after death. Never did I, as a mortal man, teach such a doctrine. But I was deified after my death. 9 epistles, listen, were made a present to be by Phrates of Taxila of India. Right? But Taxila, you dig what I'm talking about? If y'all go back and do look on some of my other stuff that I did on Out of Antiquity Unveiled, Taxila is in modern day Pakistan. At the top of India, right? Thousands of miles from where he would have been in either Babylon or Jerusalem, wherever he was at the time when he left. But look, he says, come on, Paul, remnants of Paul, watch this. 9 epistles were made a present to me by Phrates of Taxila, which is now today known as Pakistan. Or rather, in between what? Babylon and India. Pakistan. Right? Who was a satrap in those days. Those epistles contain all that is embraced in the present epistles claimed to have been written by St. Paul. And from what I have learned as a spirit, I conclude that I am both the Jesus and St. Paul of the Christian scriptures. Flattering enough to my vanity, but the ruin of my happiness. Dang. It is my duty here to confess all I can bring to recollection in order that spiritual darkness may disperse and the light of truth shine in. There is one thing that I desire particularly to speak of And that is the ultimate of spirit power on earth. All materialists claim that it is impossible to restore that which is dead to life. Upon this point, upon my own knowledge, I assert that if you have developed your mortal body to that extent, not into what is called moral purity, but into a holy, trusting love with a heart that beats for humanity. If such a person can come in contact with a fresh, young body from which the spirit has been driven out of, it can accomplish its mission. Take that body by the hand and with the mighty will arrest that spirit. He can force it back into the body it once inhabited and make it fulfill its mission. Wow. Listen, he explaining that work of Jesus like it ain't nothing. Basically, he's saying you could do this too. Listen. And with mighty will arrest that spirit, he can force it back into the body it once inhabited and make it fulfill its mission. 3 things are necessary to do this. First, a perfectly healthy organism. The dietary laws coming in again. Huh? There are 3 things necessary. First, a perfectly healthy organism. That does not imply a strong or powerful one. That don't mean strong and powerful. It means an organism in which the spirit is greater than the body. The excess of spirit producing this result. Here, the controlling spirit caused the form of this medium to rise. Wow. And extending his arm at full length to the right and left said, so imagine he just made this nigga stand up. Dude, sleep. Medium out of there. It's a nigga speaking through him. And he just stood up and he held his arms out wide like Jesus on a cross or something. Can you imagine that? He just, just floated up like just standing there with his arms out wide. The spirit addressing you is not confined to the limits of the form you see before you. Oh, ho, ho. So he stood the man. Oh. It not only fills the physical organism you see, but extends far around it as well. In the time I lived in the mortal form, the old was dying out and the new was being born. Wow, 2,000 years ago. Same thing happened today. It's crazy. The old is dying out and the new is being reborn. In the time when I lived in the mortal form, the old was dying out. They about to change our money and everything. The old was dying out. Is time cyclical, y'all? Ask yourself. And the new being born. By this, I mean that superstition, gods, and all such ideas were on the way. Uh-oh, sound familiar? Sound familiar? Uh-oh. Same thing going on now, y'all. And man was seeking as he is today. No, not in 1881, as he is today in 2025. For something more practical and beneficial. Huh? It was not through any qualities that I possess different from or superior to those of any other man that I am accomplished what I did. but through the spiritual power within and with me. This fact I want to have especially marked. The highest sensitive mortals living in any age or generation, and who are living the nearest in accord with nature's divine law of truth, will bring forth a child who may be the so-called savior of that generation. Listen. He said, this fact I want to make especially, I want to highlight this, that the highest sensitive mortals living in any age or generation, and who are living to the nearest in accord to the Creator's divine law, also known as nature, Father Time, Mother Nature's divine law of truth, will bring forth children or a child who may be the so-called savior of that generation. Those men and women who utter the highest and most beneficial truths to their fellow mortals are the saviors of their times. Peace to the righteous gods and the Nirvanian goddesses, man, the Creator good. Whether you believe it or not, this make it all worth it for me. Those men and women who utter the highest and most beneficial truths to their fellow mortals are the saviors of their time. Further, I have this to say. Listen, remember they was talking about they didn't know what happened to Apollonius, huh? They didn't know what was going on, huh? He's going to relay a story to you. I want you to see if it sounds familiar to you. Watch this. Further, I have this to say. I retired voluntarily. This is why they don't know what happened to him. For I was neither what? I was neither ostracized nor banished for anything that I had done, said, or written to the same island to which it is alleged the Saint John of Revelations went in the years 69 and 70 AD. Uh-oh. Huh? They say John went in the year 69, 70 AD. Funny. That's the place that Apollonius retired to. Not ostracized, not banished, not none of that stuff. He went to the island of Man. Huh? The so-called island of Patmos, correct? Well, John has the revelations, right? Did John have the revelations? Funny, Apollonius there. We don't see no John. Huh? For I was neither ostracized nor banished for anything I had done, said, or written to the same island to which it is alleged the Saint John of Revelations went in the year 69 and 70 AD. Watch this. Watch this. What island did John the Revelator get banished to? The what? The what? Cosmonian? The island of Patmos in the Aegean, the Aegean. Oh, the Aja, the Aegean Sea. Huh? During the reign of Domitian. But remember, he's still there during the reign of Vespasian, who comes after Domitian. So Domitian supposedly sends John to the island of Patmos, 69-70. But we see Apollonius of Tyana is still here after Domitian dies, and Vespasian takes the throne. Y'all probably already forgot that. Remember, he supposedly got killed in 200 or 193 by Septimius Severus. remember that part too. But just so y'all know, they say John went to the island of Patmos, right? Same place that Yakub, the big head scientist, supposed to went to too. Just saying. He said, I retired voluntarily to the same island, which is alleged that St. John of Revelations went to in the year 69 to 70 AD. I there wrote what occurred through me in a trance state, not knowing what I wrote. An almost identical story with that attributed to the so-called John the Revelator. That story was nothing more than an attempt of the spirit world to give the truth of the spirit life through a mortal organism in a day and generation that was not right to receive it. This is how I know faithism is right. Sometimes you hear that it's like a dog whistle, right? And things be like, Jaja people speak the same, right? It's some things that they gonna say that every other people ain't gonna say about it. And when you're talking about the spirit and you're talking about right, I know that method. I know that code. You do what I'm talking about? It's like knowing your mother's cooking. When it's right, can't nobody tell you nothing, because you know it. You raised up your whole life with it. So when you see that rhyme and that reason keep happening, nobody is talking about the spirit in ripe and unripe, in a way of looking at it like an allegory, or you dig what I'm talking about, in ripe and unripe. Nobody's looking at it like that, except the faithists. So we know whatever he doing, right, is still in this time. And then remember, in 1881, Owaspy ain't out yet. Owaspy ain't out yet. So talking about ripe and, dealing with the spirit and unripe and all that, it wasn't a thing. But some of them understandings, some of them systems, some of them things that's going, you're going to repeat and say the same thing because that's the best way to call it. Right? Or the best way to articulate what you're trying to get across in the first place. Right? It's not bad or, right or wrong. It's ripe and unripe. One ready, one ain't. So sometimes it's some hints, little lines of light in the words themselves that lead you to a greater even truth behind what is just written. Unless you read no WASP and understanding what's going on with the ripe and unripeness of a soul, you wouldn't catch this. You wouldn't catch this in a day and generation that was not ripe to receive it. Right? If you not in the getting in line, you did what I'm talking about, trying to understand yourself with the nature around you. You don't even understand this concept of spirituality. Being ripe and unripe, ready to receive, unready to receive. Right? This is probably new to you. And there's nothing wrong with that. But we got to come to some common ground. Both can't be true. Not one is trying to destroy and one is trying to lift up. So we seeing the reworking of truthisms being put in religious ideologies and then repackaged and resold to you. That is, the medium chosen for the expression of the teachings of spirits was too much imbued with the mysticism of Judea and neighboring countries to be well suited for that purpose. So Apollonius blamed it on himself. He said, I was too wrapped up in what Judea and the neighbor country, what they had go on to sufficiently tell you exactly, perfectly, what I should have been telling you in the book of John. Right? I was trying to get it out this way, but it's a spiritual retelling of some stuff. Now it's been reworked. We got to go back and look at that. But what is known to you moderns as the anti-Nicene library or the Nicene library contained documents, some of which are still extant, that fully warrant you in challenging the translators of today as to the correctness of their production. Let them examine. He's saying, test it. Why would the Spirit come back and say, drop this game and say, test it? Because if what I'm saying is right, then what they saying is BS. We can get to the bottom of this. Huh? And then if a spirit came back and told you, then how you gonna deny it after that? You think what I'm talking about? That's even the more miraculous part, if it's right. That is, the medium what is known to you moderns as the anti-Nicene library contain documents, some of which are still extant or existing, that fully warrant you to challenging the translators of today as to the correctness of their production. Let them examine if they dare. Ooh, he daring you. I ain't never seen nobody on some spooky fake stuff say, I dare you to look at it. First of all, how I know it's there. Secondly, you dig what I'm talking about? I dare you to look at it. I double dog dare you. Right? The manuscripts referred to, and they will find what is now being published erroneous in many particulars. Hey, let that go. They have followed too much what their ancestors translated without having translated for themselves. Now in here, I declare, listen, that the Christian gospels were all preached by me. Preached at Jerusalem, preached at Ephesus, preached at Athens, preached at Philippi, preached at Rome, preached at Antioch, preached at Alexandria, preached at Babylon. Dang! Wait a minute. I thought they said Jesus did all this. In all those countries I preached, and by manipulations and certain qualities developed in me, I healed the sick, restored the sight of the blind, and in the way set herein set forth, I even raised the dead. I will try to make this raising of the dead plainer. If a child, a youth, or a maiden whose body is fresh, full of vigor and perfection, and whose spirit has become detached from it, in that case, I hold that one who has power is great and whose will is indomitable, while that body is yet warm, can cause the spirit to return and continue to inhabit that organism. Man, he's saying this ain't even nothing hard. Wow. He explained it simple. I mean, it's really just, if you can catch it in enough time and you strong enough, you can force the spirit back into the body. Makes sense. No trick. No, you see, he ain't say, I was meditating and I went into a great throw of hallelujahs, and then the power came upon me, Cosmon, and I just couldn't help but heal. Send your $49.99 on the cash app. Thank you, sir. PayPal in the back. What? In this way, I know the dead can be restored to life. If you got a stronger spiritual force and the body is fresh enough, and not damaged enough, can force the spirit back into the body. Makes sense. If you can remove spirits from a body with a seance, why couldn't you put them back in the body? Check. Don't nothing work one way. It's some yin to every yang, or up to every down, left to every right. If you can go in, you can go out. Yep. You can go out, you can go in. Oh yeah. This is what they ain't telling you about. When I lived on earth, all the philosophers who taught men to expect redemption, according to more ancient authorities, taught that such redemption was to happen at that time. From what I have been able to learn as a spirit, I was the person who was designed by spirits to fulfill that mission. I claim no preeminence over anyone. I only say that my mortal body contained more spirit than the average of men. He said, I only say that my mortal body contained more spirit than the average of men, or even the most highly developed of men at the time I existed in mortal flesh. My history, as it has come down to you moderns, written by one Damas. Who is Damas? We're going to have to get into Damas in another. And by others afterwards, in regard to the main incidents of my life, is correct. But in regard to the glamour, romance, and mystery of the narrative, there is no relation to me whatsoever. The latter was the work of my disciples and followers after my death, and was promulgated by them. One thing more, and I am through with this communication. It is this. Almost, listen. Almost every picture that in modern times that is recognized as the likeness of Jesus is the identical portrait of Apollonius Italiana painted in the reign of Vespasian. Oh, schnizzle bubble. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Let me throw this back up there. What? Let me read it again. They're going to think Cosmo capping. They're going to think I'm capping. He says, almost every picture that in modern times is recognized as the likeness of Jeebus is the identical portrait of Apollonius Italiana painted in the reign of Vespasian. That emperor consulted me. I was the oracle in his camp. I was the means of saving the life of Flavius Josephus, where he asked him how it came that Josephus had made no mention of that fact in his Jewish war. He replied, the Jewish hierarchy of that day had a horror and dislike of even of their best friends who were not of their faith. Huh? Just like the Hebrews and Christians do today. Hate on the faithists. Hebrews or them niggas at that time. You dig what I'm talking about? The Sadducees, Pharisees, Judeans. Right? Hated on the faithists. Hated on the real Israelites. The Jews hated the Israelites. They're not the same people. One is trying to steal the other one's history. And through Josephus, yep, that Jewish war. Yeah, who you was warring on? How was you warring against the people who don't war? See the oxymoron? The Jewish hierarchy of that day, the Sadducees, Pharisees, you dig what I'm talking about? The high ecumenical councils. You dig what I'm talking about? The great Sanhedrin. Of that day had a horror and dislike of even of their best friends who were not of their faith. What you mean not of their faith? What is the Jews practicing that people like the Nazarenes and the Essenes ain't practicing? Oh, wait a minute. What are you talking about? Ain't y'all complained as being the people who pushed it out there? But why are you banging against the people who were actually putting it on in the first century? After you wipe the people out, you try to claim that's you. Appropriate cultural appropriation at its finest. This is where the Jew writes itself into your history. The Jewish hierarchy of that day had a horror and dislike of even their best friends who were not of their faith, and Josephus, being a Pharisee of the straightest sect, was even more than usually prejudiced against a Gentile like myself. Wait a minute, but the Gentile is the only one speaking Hebrew. By this, I do not mean that the Pharisees were bad people. You just too nice. Apollonius, yes, they were. They were killing niggas. You just said they had a horror and dislike of even their best friend. Nigga, that's beyond racist. That's prejudging niggas. These people ain't you, Israel. I know you want to be put in, you big Pharisee, big leaven, big Levitical priesthood. You see what's happening to the Levitical priesthood? They've been bending over, getting pegged. Nasty niggas. By this, I do not mean that the Pharisees was bad people, but that they were so devoted to their religious and their God. They were so in their God spell as to be bitterly bigoted and prejudiced against those who differ from them. Uh-oh. Don't sound like no Israelitish good people to me. Don't sound like people of God to me. Sound like you the opposite. It is my opinion, from all I can learn as a spirit, that all the Christian gospels are borrowed from, and in fact that their origin was the books that I brought back from India obtained in part from Phrates, who was king of Tassila. I thought those books were used by the Platonists, eclectics, and Gnostics of Alexandria about 150 years after. I died in the year 99 AD at the age of 97 at Ephesus. And was 97 or 98 years of age. Although, listen, remember, some have enlarged the period of my earthly life to 150 years. Remember they tried to say he was back when Septimius Severus was being born? Septimius Severus would have been 5 cutting off his head if he lived to 150. He didn't even take the throne till 193. So he'd had to been 195 years old and get his head cut off by Septimius Severus. So this goes to prove what the spirit is actually saying, that niggas is lying. The originals of the 4 gospels I obtained through one Hiram Iramondi of Tassila, who took me forward to farther India. They were written in characters not unlike those used by the Chinese, on thin, tough paper. They treated of 4 stages of the life of who? Oh, Buddha. This is why you always get to see the combination of the Buddhist Christos doctrine, or what you call Brahmin, in the Jesus character. They treated the 4 stages of the life of Buddha or enlightenment: childhood, adolescenthood, adulthood, elderhood. The first of this incarnation and birth, the second of his childhood and youth, the third of his mature life, and the 4th of his old age and death. Cosmo, I don't be making this up. Listen, I swear, I did not even look and read that. I was just talking. Wow. Why? Because Owasby speaks that everything is made this way. Planets, everything. These books I obtained at Singapore. Wow. At the extreme point of India, on the strait between India and Sumatra. I got a thing in there. I got somewhere in there. I don't feel like going to get it, but I can show you where he went to. He went down to Sumatra. Yeah. To these straits. These books I obtained at Singapore at the extreme point of India on the strait between India and Sumatra. We hear mentioned to him that the fact that 1 week before we had received a communication from a spirit purporting to be Ophilas, the Christian bishop of the Goths, who said he had translated from what? Samaritan manuscript. Samaritan, that's Hebrew. The epistles and gospels to which he, Apollonius, had referred to in the Gothic language or the Gothic tongue. And that the manuscripts that he translated were the writings of himself after the originals he obtained at Singapore, India. To which he replied, listen to what he says. This gonna body bag all that. Somehow we are Israelite. Huh? All that talk. Right? Because look, one Hegesippus made copies from my translations. This is Apollonius speaking. One Hegesippus made copies from my translations and modified versions of the originals in the Samaritan tongue. Huh? And then what? And then Ophilas copied from the manuscripts of Hegesippus. What does Apollonius say? I wrote in the Hebrew Samaritan tongue, which was the language of my whole country. Dagger. Uh-oh. So the people who speak Hebrew aren't even Israelites. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. But there's some people who speak Hebrew, and they are. Oh. You see now? You see now? The proof that you ain't who you say you is how you say it. Don't you say it in the Hebrew tongue? Well, the big dog from Edom, the greatest Edomite of Cappadocia to ever live, say his country, the Gentiles, the Turks, the Babylons, all the everybody else spoke Hebrew. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now, wait a minute. Now it makes sense why Abraham never spoke Hebrew. Wait a minute. It makes sense why Moses spoke the Ge'ez, the Ebba. Huh? He spoke the Samaris, which goes on to be the Proto-Indo-European tongue, which is Hebrew. Oh, the Samaris produced the Semitic. Oh, that's why they call themselves Semite, not Shemite. Didn't know the language came from Egypt. Already ready. And is the Paleo-Indo-European language that gave birth to shit like Hebrew because they weren't Israelites. If Babylon speak it and Turkey speaking it, but mind you, Turkey is where the Hittites are. Huh? And they're speaking Hebrew. In the 1st century, who the hell is Josephus and Paul? Let it sink in a second. If Esau is speaking Hebrew in the 1st century, why isn't Jacob, aka Paul, aka Josephus, in the 1st century speaking Hebrew. Why? Huh? And then they thought they was gonna be slick and stole the language. After it died, they rebirthed it. We can add a little Arabic and a little whoopty whoop in here and revise this language. But what it does prove is you're not an Israelite. We're not denying you don't speak Hebrew. You do. It's proof you're not an Israelite. Why? Because the man who is a Nazarene, who is not an Israelite, but is a real Essene, a real faith that's in the 1st century, said my whole country speak Hebrew. They Turkey. That's Edom. Not you Judeans. That's Babylon. That's the Gentiles. So that begs to ask the question, what in the sons of the fake Israelite wannabe that comes out of the Pharisees and Sadducees still be speaking Hebrew today? Don't you start none of that blasphemy in here, Cosmon. Don't you start none of that blasphemy in here. Isn't it logical that the Gentiles will still be speaking the tongue of their forefathers? They just convinced y'all niggas it was Hebrew. But Moses ain't speak no Hebrew, not a lick of it. Jesus ain't speak no Hebrew. He spoke Aramaic, which, by the way, is 1,000 years older, at least, than this so-called Hebrew that don't come till the time of the Babylonian captivity. It makes sense. Why? Because Babylon, a Gentile state, spoke the Samaritan Hebrew. Yeah. One way you can prove you're not an Israelite. Yeah. Speak that Hebrew. Because we know this guy from Turkey. Right? He's an Edomite. No doubt about it. He claims it. Edom is Turkey. Cappadocia is in Turkey. Edom. Doing works for the Great Spirit. Look at that. I wrote in the Hebraic or the Hebrew Samaritan, Block Hebrew. Watch this. Samaritan Hebrew script.
Script is used by the Samaritans for religious writings, including the Samaritan Pentateuch, writings in Samaritan Hebrew, and for commentaries and translations in Samaritan Aramaic and occasionally Arabic.
He said, I, the son. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me move this out the way. I forgot that was up. My bad. He said, what'd he say? He said, I wrote in the Hebraic Samaritan tongue, which was the language of my country. A Gentile. One Hegesippus made copies of my translations. He wrote them in Samaritan Hebrew. And modified versions of the originals in the Samaritan tongue. And Orpheus copied from the manuscripts of Hegesippus. I wrote in the Hebrew Samaritan tongue, which was the language of my country. I am a Gentile. I am a Edomite. How is it that Esau in the first century is writing and speaking in Hebrew, but Jacob isn't? Let that sink in a second. Let it sink in. How is Esau supposedly? What up, though, y'all? Hey, man, I couldn't even see the chat. Shout out to everybody. Who up in here? This thing. Sharice up in this thing. Nazarene, Milestone, Elijah. You dig what I'm talking about? And my brother OTK. What it do? What it do, boy? You dig what I'm talking about? BC, Yafa, everybody, man. Tabitha up in here. Kila, BC. Mally Mal up in this thing, man. JBC. Hey, shout out to JBC. JBC about to have a little baby. She gonna name him what we gonna name him? Lord Cosmon. That's what we gonna name that nigga, Lord. First name. You dig what I'm talking about? Middle name, Cosmon. Lord Cosmon Fauntleroy. You dig what I'm talking about? That's hard though. Listen, Lord, name that nigga Lord. And listen, my little nephew named Ashar. Ooh. For those who know the ranks of spirits, they know that an Ashar is what we call, or they misnomer, as a guardian angel. How is somebody got to explain to me? Somebody got to explain to me how Esau is speaking, writing in the Samaritan Hebrew in the first century, but the supposed sons of Jacob ain't. They're writing their greatest text of all times, the Gospels, the Tanakh, the Wars of the Jews, in Greek and Latin. At the same time, Apollonius of Tyana is writing in the Samaritan Hebrew script, 1st and 2nd century. 1st century BC and CE. Crazy. That's crazy. Let's get back to this. Here, the control of the medium became wholly exhausted, bidding us a hasty and most benign adieu. He left the medium more exhausted than we had ever seen him at any previous sitting. No other control of the medium was possible, and thus ended a spirit interview, which is destined to mark an era in human process never transcended, if ever equaled in importance and interest to all classes of the human race. We publish such facts as are conceded by ample authority to be historically established concerning Apollonius. There is much that would be desirable to add as the result of our own researches, but we will confine ourselves mainly to the current history of his life and labors as the best condensed sketch of the life of Apollonius that we have been able to find. We have chosen that of the Penny Encyclopedia. They don't even say, listen, I'll be noticing it says Cyclopedia. It doesn't say Encyclopedia. I've been noticing that. This says this isn't the first time I've seen that. Something is leading me on. I'm gonna check into that. As the best condensed sketch of the life of Apollonius that we can comes out of the Penny Encyclopedia, London, 1834. Right? We feel that we may safely assume as true and proven the following historical statements concerning Apollonius. He was born of wealthy parents at Tyana in Cappadocia at the very period when it is alleged the Christian Jesus was born in Bethlehem. At the age of 12, he was sent to Tarsus in Cilicia, the alleged birthplace of the home of St. Paul. Not liking the frivolous habits of the people of that city, with his father's consent, he retired to Aegia, a town a short distance from Tarsus, where he remained until after attaining to man's estate. There, he studied every system of philosophy and perfected himself in rhetoric and general literature. There, he took up his residence in the temple of Asclepius, so famed for his miraculous cures, was initiated by the priests of the temple in their mysteries and performed cures that astonished not only the people, but even those masters of the art of healing. He there finally decided to adopt the philosophy of Pythagoras. I think Pythagoras, I got to look into this. I got to look into Pythagoras a lot. But Pythagoras goes on to produce, even though it's out of the Greeks and out of the Romans and out of this ideology and all this, it goes on to, and Egyptian, it goes on to produce a type of thinking man, right, that goes on to produce even a greater force. Like many of the greatest thinkers of the time are well versed in the doctrine and philosophy of Pythagoras. You dig what I'm talking about? So, you know, if it's already around at the turn of the very first century, you know, it had been around for a while. Watch this. When did Pythagoras exist? Wow, Pythagoras was born approximately 570 BC. So let's just say he's birthed around 570 BC on the island of Samos. His death around 495, likely in Metapontum in southern Italy. So this man and his doctrines have been taught for at least 500 years when we get around to the time of Apollonius of Tyana. Good or bad, you dig what I'm talking about? It produces a type. You dig what I'm talking about? They don't usually eat meat. They're not usually killers. You dig what I'm saying? They're not usually warrior types. They teach a sort of, I don't know. My thing is Pythagoras' ideology really Zoroaster's ideology? I'm gonna delve off into that too, because I think Pythagoras stole it from Zoroaster. And really, the whole idea of it come out of Mithraism, which is the secret hidden religion of the Roman, which is the Roman throne religion, right? It's Mithraism. That's why you see Mithra and even Constantine in the form and figure of Mithra. He there finally decided to adopt the philosophy of Pythagoras and vigorously observe the trying discipline instituted by the Samian sage. He performed the terrible task of 5 years of silence. Could you imagine not talking for 5 years? Which he endured cheerfully and without a murmur of complaint. He abstained from animal foods, wine and women, lived upon fruits and herbs, dressed only in linen garments of the plainest construction, went barefoot and with uncovered head, and wore his hair and beard uncut. He was especially distinguished for his beauty, his genial bearing, his uniform love and kindness, and his imperturbable equanimity of temper. They couldn't get him off they couldn't shake his temper. You couldn't get him mad. Right? In these respects, he was the personal embodiment of the imaginary traits of the Christian Jesus, and was no doubt the original of the pictures of the so-called Nazarene, now so venerated by uninformed professors of the Christian religion. Determined to devote himself to the pursuit of knowledge and the teaching of philosophy, he gave away his large patrimony to his poor relatives and went to Antioch, then a center of learning, but little less noted than Athens or Alexandria. There he began a great mission by teaching philosophy to a number of disciples and to the people. He entered the temple of Apollo Daphne. Crazy. Now, y'all know who Apollo is at this time. This first century BCE, he's still on the turf. He's still on the turf. He's still stomping like a big dog. He's in Rome. He's in the land now called Edom. He calls himself Apollo and Zeus. Y'all know who this is? Apollo Daphne. This y'all uncle. This Uncle Ball. Y'all got to remember, Baal is still dominant on the planet till 312 AD. This is the early 10s, 20s of the Common Era. This like 20. Right? But let's just say this is 30, 40, right? Of the first Common Era. You dig what I'm saying? We don't get the fall of Baal to 312 and Milvian Bridge. Some 300 years later. He entered the temple of Apollo Daphne at Antioch and learned the mysteries of the priesthood. Philostratus describes the style of speaking adopted by Apollonius as thus. Apollonius used a style of speaking not elevated, nor swollen in the language of poetry, nor yet one too refined, nor too Attic or too upper crusty. For whenever exceeded the Attic mediocrity was considered by him dissonant and unpleasant. He made use of no fastidious nicety in the division of his discourse, nor any fine spun, any fine spun sentences, nor was he known to adopt an ironical manner, nor any kind of apostrophizing with his hearers. He spoke, as it were, from a tripod, to which I know, and it seems to me, and to what purpose is this? And you must know, his sentences were short and adamantine, his words authoritative and adapted to the sense, and the bare utterance of them conveyed a sound as if it were sanctioned by the scepter of royalty. Being asked once by a subtle disputant why he did not propose what side of a question he should take in an argument, he replied, "When I was a young man, I used to follow that practice, but that is no longer necessary, as it has now become my duty not to investigate, but to teach the result of my investigations." Damn. When he was asked by the same logician how a wise man should speak, he said, "As a legislator, for it was the part of a legislator to command the multitude to do what he himself was convinced ought to be done. In this way, he conducted himself at Antioch and converted many who were strangers to his knowledge." He stood on it. What he was preaching, he was really about. Now, when it is remembered that this description of the style in which Apollonius spoke was written by Damas, the friend, pupil, and companion of the Cappadocian sage long before the Jesus Christ or Christian scriptures were heard or thought of, right? This is who they call your boy Thomas in the Bible. Watch this. Or is it Timothy? What's this? Was written by Damas, the friend, pupil, and companion of the Cappadocian sage long before Jesus Christ or the Christian scriptures were heard of or even thought of. Is it not remarkably evident that the original author of those scriptures was Apollonius himself? If identity of style and sentiment is possible, then it was the learned Apollonius, the original author of the teachings attributed to Jesus, as an identity that all the altering, eliminating, and interpolating by the Christian hierarchy have not been able to destroy, nor even imperfectly conceal. Quoting Cudworth, Dr. Lardner, in the Credibility of the Gospel History, says, Cudworth, in his intellectual system, says, "It is a thing highly probable, if not questionable, that Apollonius of Tyana, shortly after the publication of the gospel to the world, was a person made choice of by the policy and assisted by the powers of the kingdom of darkness for doing some things extraordinary merely out of design of the derogate from the miracles of our Savior Jesus Christ, and to enable paganism the better to bear up against the attacks of Christianity." So Cudworth and I suppose that many learned men of the late times may have expressed themselves in like manner, but I cannot assent to them. He further cites Hewitt as follows. He, Philostratus, aimed, says Hewitt, and thinks it is to have been his principal design to obstruct, not to tear down Christianity, to obstruct niggas from shining the light onto Christianity, to obstruct the process of the Christian religion. No, by drawing a character of a man of great knowledge, sanctity, and miraculous power. This is why they made up Jesus. Not why Apollonius was doing what he was doing, but why they made up the physical representation of the so-called God. Ain't that an idol? Well, that kind of makes sense now that your God wanted him as a human sacrifice. Nasty work. Nasty work. Therefore, he formed Apollonius after the example they trying to say, well, they made him up. They just try to show the heresy of Christianity. Yes, exactly. Therefore, he formed Apollonius after the example of Christ. No, therefore they formed Christ after the example of Apollonius, and accommodated many things to the history of our Lord to Apollonius. No, they applied many things of your Lord Jebus from Apollonius. Remember, Apollonius was born before Jesus. Jesus wasn't born to the Nicene Council. Nobody had heard of this guy Jesus. Nobody seen him. Nobody talked about him to the Nicene Council. Closest thing you had of it in between there, Apollonius. And niggas during his time talk about it. The Roman emperors talk about it. Yeah. Yep. And if you're taking everything that comes from Rome through Josephus, right? That's A1. You gotta take this too. Thus, we see the very learned and pious Christian Hewitt was forced to admit the common identity of Apollonius and Jesus. The first described by Philostratus, according to the memoirs of Damas, made in the 1st century. And the later described, remember Damas is writing in Hebraic Samaritan. Why? Because he wanted them real ones. All right? And the latter described by no one knows whom or when, but certainly not earlier than the beginning of the 3rd century of the so-called Christian era, has now contained in what is called the New Testament, as Christian writers have been forced to admit the identity of the respective narratives concerning Apollonius and Jesus. The only question that remains to be settled is, which was the original author of the so-called Christian teachings? If this has not been already fully done, there remains very little yet to be done to complete the demonstration that Apollonius of Tyana was that author of the Gospels, and not Jesus of Nazareth, nor Paul of Tarsus, as is wrongly claimed by Christian writers. After stating many reasons for his conclusions, Dr. Lardner, than whom there is no higher Christian authority, says, it is manifest, therefore, that Philostratus compared Apollonius and Pythagoras, but I do not see that he endeavored to make him a rival with Jesus Christ. Philostratus has never once mentioned our Savior or the Christians, his followers, neither in his long work nor in the lives of the sophists. If it be his, as some learned men of the best judgment suppose, nor is there any hint that Apollonius anywhere in his wide travels met with any followers of Jesus. How not? He everywhere Jesus at, Jesus everywhere he at. He got thousands of followers. Jesus got thousands of followers. How he ain't meet Jesus? Because he is him. They built the story of this Jesus upon the Apollonius character and other characters, not just Apollonius, but he was actually living. He's the closest living remnant of that faith is stock. Ooh-wee. Yep, read it and weep. That faith is stock come in white boy stock too. Ooh-wee. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. It just got a little lighter skin than you. That don't mean that it don't do the right thing. Huh? Doesn't the thing's nature, character, and deed prove what it is? All right, then. It is manifest, therefore, that there is not so much as an obscure or general description of any men met with by him, whom any can suspect to be Christians of any denomination, either Catholics or heretics. Whereas I think if Philostratus had written with a mind adverse to Jesus, he would have laid hold of some occasion to describe and disparage his followers as enemies to the gods and condemners of the mysteries and solemnities, and different from all other men. But he didn't. Let it be remembered that Philostratus lived and wrote his life of Apollonius in the reign of Septimius Severus, about the beginning of the 3rd century AD, right? So that's 200s. At that time, there could not possibly have been in existence any of the scripture narratives of the life of Jesus Christ. So nearly analogous to the incidents and events which he related concerning Apollonius. Had there been such persons living as Jesus Christ and his apostles and their Christian followers during the time that Apollonius lived and labored throughout the then civilized world, Damas, who had accompanied him during much of that time and who recorded everything worthy of a special note, would have made some mention of such people either favorably or unfavorably. That he did not do so is of itself sufficient proof that neither Jesus Christ, his apostles, nor the Christian religion had an existence either before or during that period, which was the only time in which they could have had a real existence. At all events, nothing can be more certain than the conclusion of Dr. Lardner that Philostratus did not write the life of Apollonius to disparage the Christian religion. But Dr. Lardner is not content to make that fatal acknowledgement of the Christian plagiarism of the life and labors of Apollonius, but makes an equally fatal acknowledgement in another direction. In disagreeing with Cudworth, Hewitt, and others as to the life of Apollonius by Philostratus having been written to oppose Christianity, Lardner says, with due submission, I do not think that Apollonius was a man of so great importance as is here supposed. For it does not appear that any adversaries of the Christians, either Celsus or Porphyry, or any of the other Heracles before Heracles, at the beginning of the 4th century, under Diocletian's persecution, ever took any notice of him in their arguments. Why? They weren't there. Why would he hate on people that don't exist yet? It's not till the 4th century you even get a story of Jesus. But all the way in the 3rd century and 2nd century and 1st century, we got stories of Apollyonus doing everything Jeebus did. You put it together. Huh? Nor do I know that he has been once mentioned by any Christian writers of the first 2 centuries. When I first met with the observation of Cudworth, herein before given, I was very much surprised considering the silence of all early antiquity. If this observation were right, I should have expected to find frequent mention of Apollyonus in the history of St. John. You did. You just didn't know he was John. And the other apostles of Christ. There is none. It's been reworked, repackaged. He had in that space of time diverse learned men, some of them as eminent for extensive literature as any man that ever lived, as Justin, as Tatian, as Barcidanus, the Syrian, Clement of Alexandria, Irenaeus, Julius Africanus, Tertullian, Messenius, Felix, not to insist on Clement of Rome, Ignatius, or Polycarp, or the histories of them. Of all these, we have some remains. They lived in the first 2 centuries or the beginning of the 3rd, but Apollyonus, they have not taken the least notice. Very true, Dr. Lardner. And why did they not do so? That total silence on the part of those authors of the 1st and 2nd centuries regarding so eminent a philosopher and teacher as was Apollyonus of Tyana can be accounted for upon by one theory. And that will show that it was a necessity to utterly ignore Apollyonus and his philosophical and religious teaching. Same thing they do to the gang, don't they? If you know that's a fact, because they try to, you dig what I'm talking about? They don't want to deal with what the gang is saying. You dig what I'm saying? They because they don't want to deal with what the gang is saying, they try to ignore us. If you know that's a fact, hit me with the big four in the chat. Big fours. Big fours in the chat. Huh? They try to ignore it. You did what I'm talking about, but that's like somebody shining, you sleep in the middle of the night, somebody keep shining a big ass spotlight in your eyes. Eventually, you about to wake up. Yeah. You about to wake up. Huh? And that will show. Well, let me go here, keep reading. And that will show it was a necessity to utterly ignore Apollyonus and his philosophical and religious teachings in order that the Christian religion could gain a foothold to usurp the field he has so grandly occupied. Of all the authors named by Dr. Lardner, the complete works of none of them have come down to us. Besides the fragmentary remains of the works of the first 3 centuries that have reached us, have had to pass through the hands of Eusebius, Pope Sylvester I, and their coadjutors and successors, who, from the beginning of the 4th century downward to the time when the art of printing ended, were so assiduously engaged in interpolating, mutilating, and destroying every trace of evidence within their reach that showed the real origin of the nature of the Christian religion. It should have struck the attention of Dr. Lardner with a vastly greater force that nowhere in the books of the New Testament is there a single mention of Apollonius. Not as that name. If we accept in a few verses of 1 Corinthians where it says, for while one saith, I am of Paul, another, I am of Apollos. Do y'all know how to say the name Apollonius, not in the Hebraic Samaritan, which is Apollonius? But do you know how to say the name Apollonius in Greek? Anybody know how to say the name Apollonius in Greek? It's Apollos. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. The name Apollonius is Apollos in Greek. So when it say, for while one saith, what it say? Oh, let's go back up right here. For while one saith, in Corinthians, for while one saith, I am of Paul, and another say, I am of Apollos. Who is Apollos? That's the way to say Apollonius. They couldn't hide him. He was too great. Remember, once they write and rewrite in this in the 4th century, they don't know who Apollos is. So they left him in there, not knowing that in a couple thousand years, a nigga like Cosmon would sniff this bullshit out. They had no clue. They thought to leave Apollos in there, right? Because they explained, oh, he's one of these Corinthians. Apollos is a Corinthian. Yeah, he's just a regular guy. Yeah, we don't know who he is. No, yeah, we know now. And we know it's Apollonius. How? Because Apollos is the Greek way of saying Apollonius. Guess what is the Latin way of saying Apollonius? Paulus. Ain't that what they call Paul? Paulus. Saulus. Yep. You can thank that to Marcion. Yep. But look. Who is Apollos? Are you not carnal? Who then is Paul? And who then is Apollos? But ministers by whom ye believed, even as the Lord gave to every man. I have planted, Apollos watered, but God gave the increase. In a very ancient manuscript of the epistle found in the monastery of France by a Huguenot soldier called the Codex Bezin, the name is not Apollos, but Apollonius. What I tell you? What I tell you? What I tell you? Right? They couldn't hide it all. In a very ancient manuscript of the epistle found in the monastery of France by a Huguenot soldier called the Codex Beza. Look it up. Cosmon ain't made none of this up. The name is not Apollos, as it is in your common Bible, but Apollonius. But even this positive clue to the identity of Apollonius with the St. Paul of the Christians was attempted to be obliterated by substituting Apollos for Apollonius as it originally stood. This studied avoidance of all mention of Apollonius in the Christian scriptures is positive proof that his recognition in any way whatever by the authors of Christianity would be fatal to their scheme of deception and fraud called Jesus. I'm going to show you that it's not even called Jesus. It's called Haisu. I'm going to show you that they made up this Jesus character out of the life of many of these men who were sexless, who were above their earthly passion, who could hear the voice of the Creator. These so-called prophets. Yeah. I'm gonna go on to show you that the name Jesus is a corruption of what all great prophets were. Aisu. Aesus. The I ends up turning into J. Watch this. This studied avoidance of Apollonius as it originally stood. The studied avoidance of all mention of Apollonius in the Christian doctrine is positive, proof positive that his recognition in any way whatsoever by the authors of Christianity would be fatal to their scheme of deception and fraud. We wonder they had not had the cunning to obliterate that one reference to the preaching and teaching of Apollonius and the admission that this teaching was in perfect accord with the teachings attributed to St. Paul. It is an old saying that liars should have good memories. This was never more apparent than in the oversight of not eliminating that telltale confession from the first epistle to the Corinthians. There it stands, and there it will stand, thanks to the art of printing, to confound these Christian enemies of truth and to make clear the fraud they are upholding. Dr. Lardner further says, the first Christian writer who has mentioned him, Apollonius, so far as I can recollect, is Origen. Hold on. Watch this. When did Origen exist? Hold on. Look when Origen existed. Yeah. You don't like it when Cosmon get to cooking. Origen, a prominent Christian theologian and biblical scholar who lived from approximately 185 to 254 of the Common Era. So far as I can relate is Origen. Right. Now, later on in the book, it revealed even more stuff that at this time, the man didn't even know. He hadn't even put it together yet. because the spirits didn't come back and tell him. He ain't know about Marcinius. He ain't know about Lucius. Yeah, your Luke and your Mark. Uh-oh. Ooh, wait. So far as I can recollect, is Origen in his book against Celsus, written not long before the middle of the 3rd century, when he says, he who would know whether magic has any power over philosophers may read the memoirs of Merigenus concerning Apollonius of Tyana, both a magician and a philosopher, in which Merigenus, or Origen, who was not a Christian but a philosopher, says that some, and no inconsiderable philosophers, were taken by the magical art of Apollonius and came to him as a magician. Among them, I suppose he means Euphrates and a certain Epicurean. But we can affirm upon the ground of our own experience that they who worship the God over all through Jesus and live according to the gospel and pray as they ought to do day and night have no reason to fear anything from magic. So Origen is led to speak in answer to some things in Celsus, but it does not appear that Celsus had at all mentioned either Apollonius or his historian. Apollonius is mentioned by Lucian. But right, what he says of him is far from being to his advantage. But you got to remember, Lucian is a satirist. He's making fun of it. Most of the stuff we get about the life and young times of Jesus comes from Luke, right? AKA Lucian, the satirist. So he making fun of it anyway. They just turn around and put it in the Bible. Watch this. But it does not appear that Celsus had at all mentioned Apollonius or his historian. Apollonius is mentioned by Lucian, but what he says of him isn't far from being to his advantage. He is also mentioned by Apuleius, who was contemporary with Lucian, right? Both of them also contemporaries of Marcion. Nor is there any other older author now extant where he is mentioned, which must be reckoned an argument of his great obscurity till he was set up by Philostratus. After that time, Apollonius is taken notice of by many, as Arnobius and Lactanius and Eusebius, who were led to observe by Heracles, whose whole book against the Christians was founded on the memoirs of Philostratus. He is afterwards mentioned by Augustine and other Christian writers, and he is mentioned several times by the writers of the Augustine history, who flourished in the time of Diocletian or soon afterwards, and by Dion Cassius and by Eunapius, who commends the history of Philostratus, but says that instead of entitling it the life of Apollonius, he might have called it the peregrination of a god among men. Yeah, that's his name, Peregrinus. Remember, I was trying to remember the name of the invented character as a prophet by Marcion through the Pauline doctrines. His name is Peregrinus. But what is a Peregrinus, right? Watch this. What is a peregrinus? No, hold on. Watch this. Now watch this. What is a peregrinus? All right. This is the prophet that they made up, Peregrinus. But remember, Marcion, also Apollonius, aka Paulus, aka Apollos, aka Apollonius. A follower of him would be a Paul or a Peregrinus. The Latin word translates to what? Foreigner, traveler, or one who comes from abroad. This is from the root of the English word peregrine. But watch this. What did it mean at the time? Watch this. What is peregrinus? Was a free provincial subject of the empire who was not a Roman citizen. In the early Roman Empire, from 30 BC to 212 AD, a peregrinus was a free provincial subject of the empire who was not a Roman citizen. A free subject, but not a Roman citizen. Peregrini, which is where you get peregrinus, constituted the vast majority of the empire's inhabitants in the 1st and 2nd centuries AD. So this is the invented character Peregrinus who burns itself. Watch this. Watch this. Did Peregrinus set itself on fire? Did Peregrinus set itself on fire? This is the invented character they created by Marcion. Peregrinus Proteus. Watch this. Was a Greek Cynic philosopher from Peria and Asia, leaving home at a young age. The first lived with the Christians in Palestine. He adopted the life of a cynic. He eventually settled in Greece. How convenient that the majority of the people who are under Greece at the time are called peregrini. The majority of the people who are under the Grecian doctrine are called peregrinus. Look, Peregrinus is most remembered for his suicide after giving his own funeral oration, cremating himself on a funeral pyre at the Olympic Games in 165, 180 AD. This is a story, right? Created by who? Lucian's satirical biography, in his satire called The Death of Peregrinus. Peregrinus is the made-up version of what he's making fun of Marcion. Peregrinus is the made-up character of a wannabe a wannabe savior. And Lucian, being a cynic and a satirist, is cooking Marcion, and he hate Marcion. Because Marcion in 130 had rewrit the doctrines of Apollonius into Greek and Latin and put them out there as the Gospels, trying to wiggle himself into the thing. But Lucian knew about the doctrines and it started exposing it. So you get the death of Peregrinus. Crazy. Now it must not be forgotten that the things of Celsus were lost or destroyed long since, nothing being known of what they were except as Origen has reported them. Whether Celsus did or did not mention Apollonius is a matter of no consequence. Celsus did not write until nearly a century after the death of Apollonius. That's 100 years. 200s. Celsus did not write until nearly a century after the death of Apollonius and may never have met with the memoirs of Damas or Origens or Merigenus concerning Apollonius. That Lucian and Apelles, who wrote excuse me this is crying. That Lucian and Apelles, who wrote while Apollonius was still lived or soon after his death, should have mentioned him insufficient to establish his historical existence. Philostratus had not then come into possession of the memoirs of Damas, Merigenus, and Maximum of Aegis, and the history of the life and labors of Apollonius had not been suppressed, no doubt by the influence of the priesthood of Greece and Rome. It's the only people writing in the first century, correct? The desire of the cultured empress Julia Domina to learn the history of Apollonius shows that he was not unknown to fame as a distinguished philosopher as late as the beginning of the 3rd century, when Philostratus wrote his Life of Apollonius. As admitted by Dr. Lardner, all through the 3rd century, there was frequent mention of his name and teachings, but it was not until Heracles, in the beginning of the 4th century, boldly charged upon the Christian priesthood with their plagiarism of the teachings and works of Apollonius, that the matter found it necessary to set every means at work that could with any way help to conceal the great truth that Heracles proclaimed with such portentous force. It is true that no one knows exactly what it is that Heracles wrote. Why? For Eusebius, who took upon himself the task of destroying the testimony of Heracles, took precious good care to destroy the work of his formidable opponent and to give his own version of the matter instead. So he destroyed Heracles' work, right? But then gave a rebuttal of the work, right? And so we don't really get what Heracles says, right? But I'm sure it's much of what we're revealing today, The reply of Eusebius to Heracles has come down to us. Why has not Heracles' arraignment of the Christian priesthood also come down to us? Let that priesthood answer. We can in no way more effectually show the effect which the life of Apollonius of Tyana by Philostratus had upon the Christian priesthood and clergy than to cite the observations of Dr. S. Parker, D.D., Archdeacon of Canterbury, published in 1681. We copy it from Mr. Lardner's works. They are as follows. But the man of wonders, who is Apollonius of Tyana, of whom they boast and insult as the true heathen Messiah, in that he wrought not as Vespasian did, one or two chance miracles, but his whole life was all prodigy, and equal to our Savior's, both for the number and the wonder of his works. But here first we have in part shown what undoubted records we have of the life of Jesus, whereas all the credit of Apollonius, his history, depends upon the authority of one single man, not no more, who besides that he lived 100 years after him, ventured nothing as the apostles did in confirming of the truth, but only composed it in his study, thereby, as appears from his frequent digressions, to take occasion of communicating to the world all the learning he had raked together. So far was he from incurring any loss by the work, that he was set upon it by a great empress, whose religious zeal in the cause would be sure to see him well rewarded. Right? So he trying to say, oh, he made all this up, to try to get some money up out of this. You know what I mean? So, the queen could look at him favorably. That's what he's trying to write it off. But he noticed nobody is trying to compare Apollonius to Jesus, and neither did Philostratus. Philostratus didn't even speak about Jesus. Say nothing about him. Nothing. They're not trying to compare to Jesus. He's just telling this man's life. But they're trying to say, he's comparing him to Jesus. No, he's not. He telling what happened. Jesus don't come till years and years later. And though he made use of the commentaries of Damas, which were written in the 1st century, the inseparable companion of Apollonius. Yes. Yet he confesses that Damas himself never published his commentaries. Correct. But that a friend of Damas communicated them to the empress, which himself probably might have forged, as is common in courts, to pick her pocket. However, as for Damas himself, it is evident from Philostratus, his whole story, that he was a very simple man, and that Apollonius only picked him up as a fit Sancho Panza to exercise his will upon, so that upon all occasions we find him not only baffling the esquire in disputes, but breaking jest upon him, which he always takes with much thankfulness and more humility, still admiring his master's wisdom, but much more his wit. But after all, He hating anyway, y'all. It don't even come off like that. But after all, what the story of Damas was, or whether there was very much or whether there was ever any such story. Now he's trying to deny. We have no account unless from Philostratus himself. And therefore, we must resolve it all into his authority alone. And there it is evident that Apollonius was neither a god nor a divine man, as his friends boasted, nor a magician or conjurer, as his enemies imagined, but a mere fanatic and pedantic Pythagorean, who, for the honor of his sect, traveled, as many others have done, into all parts of the world, and when he returned home, told his countrymen that all men renowned for wisdom all the world over were the sect of the Pythagoreans. And then, for advancement of their authority, told strange and prodigious tales of their wonder-working power. Though here, well, then Jesus did it then too. All right, I'll take it. Jesus did it too. He fake as fuck too. If a nigga we know exactly lived, we know he lived. The nigga we know is a real person. If he did this just for shits and giggles, then the nigga we don't know that exactly lived did it for shits and giggles too. As long as you can ride with that, I'm okay with it either way. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm exposing the truth either way. I don't care who get hit. This Eusebius has shown at large in his book against Heracles by taking to pieces all parts of the history and discovering all its flaws and incoherencies. So he tried to write like the story of Jesus was correct, and then applying Apollonius' story to it, and then say, oh no, see, that ain't right. Like, see, he ain't do like Jesus. Well, nigga, you're not comparing Jesus. You trying to compare Jesus to him. You see what Eusebius did? But I shall content myself with proving the vanity of the whole from the notorious falsehood of one particular narration, upon which depends all the extraordinary power which he pretends to. And that is his conversion with the Indian Brahmins, of whom, if we may believe his account of himself, he learned all that he could do, more than the common philosophers of Greece. And if this prove a romance, all the rest of his history must avoidably follow its fortune. Same thing for Jesus. If any of it proved not to be correct. Yep. Same thing for him. Huh? Here, some of the most trivial things related by Damas are cited to show that the Brahmins of India imparted nothing worth knowing to Apollonius, and then he continues, and that is the most I can make of the story, though I know that the Hutius is of opinion that all the substantial miracles are stolen out of the Gospels. No. And that the Acts of the Apostles, and that for the most part, in the words and phrases of Saint Luke, and this he has endeavored to make good by a great variety of parallel instances, and thinks it a manifest discovery both of the vanity of Philostratus and of the imposture of Apollonius, where he is only adored with borrowed feathers, but a great accession to the credit of our Savior, that when his enemies would frame the idea of a divine man, they were forced to steal their best feathers from his picture. See how they tried to twist it around, like they was trying to compare Apollonius to Jesus. No, y'all was trying to compare Jesus to Apollonius. Yeah. Hold on. Y'all give me 1 second, y'all. Come up. Across my hand. All right. If y'all getting a little something up out of this, man, hit your cousin with a 5 with a fin ball. You dig what I'm talking about? Hit me with a fin ball if you're getting a little something up out of this. I think this information is heavy. Right? Now, it said, so that he says it was no wonder that Heracles should so confidently compare the miracles of Apollonius to those of Jesus, when those of Jesus were with so little disguise clapped upon Apollonius. This were a pretty discovery if it stood upon good grounds. But alas, most of the parallelism are so forced or so slender or so far-fetched that they were easy to make as many and as probable between any other histories whatsoever. And indeed, in such a design as this of Philostratus vis-a-vis, to make up a story as full of strange things as he could contrive, it is scarcely possible not to have hit upon some things like some of those miracles which are recorded in the gospel. So he just saying, oh, the gospel's just, you would have had to have bumped into that cosmony, and you just write it off. It's nothing. Not knowing that in thousands of years, a thing so small, will prove the falsity of the whole text. Do you see how darkness never can cover up? Even when it think it's got it all, it's a little piece of light somewhere hiding in there. Where are we at? Let me see where I'm at. So that in some few of them there may have been resemblance, as particularly there seems to be in that of the Garadine demoniac and the Corcyraean youth. Yet it is very obvious to apprehend that this might happen not by design but by chance. And whereas Hutius will needs have it that Philostratus has stolen not only the stories but the very words of Saint Luke, I find no instance of it. Yes, you do. Lying ass nigga. So you don't find the Bible, you don't find the book of Luke, huh? Before Philostratus, right? You want me to tell you why? Because this wasn't written to the 4th century. This was written at the beginning of the 3rd. Yeah, he don't find Luke because Luke in his text, right, was being propped up at the same time Philostratus was. They hadn't written it into the Bible yet. Huh? And whereas Hutius will needs have it, the Philostratus has stolen not only the stories but the very words of St. Luke, I find no instance of it. Only in one relation where they both, it seems, use the word Basinican. And this they might easily do without theft or imitation, it being common Greek word that signifies torment. But why is y'all speaking so much Greek if y'all really Hebrews? So that they could no more avoid that in Greek than we could in rendering it into English. Nay, setting aside this story, I find no resemblance between the stories of Philostratus and that of the Gospels. I scarce know any two stories more unalike. For it is obvious to any man that reads Philostratus that the whole design was to follow the train of the old heathen mythology, and that is the bottom of his folly, and by his story to gain historical credit to the fables of the poets, so that it is a very true and just censor which Ludovicus Vives has given of him, that as he had endeavored to imitate Homer, so he had abundantly outlied him. For there is scarcely anything extraordinary reported in the whole history in which he does not apparently design either to verify or to rectify some of the blind ballad singers' tales, but especially in conjuring Achilles out of his tomb and discoursing with him about the old stories that were told of the Trojan War. And yet, after all, few of Apollonius's miracles were sufficiently vouched, even in his own history. The last that I mentioned of the apparition of Achilles, which had no other testimony but Apollonius himself, who stubbornly refused to have any companions or witnesses of the fact, beside many of the absurdities in the story itself, as with his rising out of the tomb 5 feet long, and then swelling to twice that length, his being forced to vanish away at cock crowing, and the nymphs constantly visiting him. And so again, he pretended to understand all languages without learning any. This is a positive misstatement on the part of Dr. Parker. And yet, when he came to the Indian king, he was forced to converse with him by an interpreter. And whereas the story tells us of the devils being cast out of a young man by a mandate from the Brahmins, yet it gives us no account of the event of it. Only they pretended to do it. But whether it was effectually done, we do not find that either Apollonius or Damis ever inquired. But the great miracle of all was his vanishing away at his trial before Domitian in the presence of all the great men of Rome. This is spoken about. This is written in the historical record. Y'all got to look this up. The great miracle of all of him vanishing away at his trial before Domitian in the presence of all the great men of Rome. But then though our historian be very desirous, we would believe it, yet he falters afterwards, like a guilty liar in his confidence. For whereas at first he positively affirms that he was quite vanished away, at last he only says that he went away. And this, though he would seem to affirm that it was after a wonderful manner, and nobody knows how, is a pitiful abatement to the bigness of our former expression, vanishing away. Though the truth is, if he stood to it, it must have unavoidably proved itself a lie, for it is utterly incredible that so strange a thing as that should have been done in so great a presence, and yet never any notice taken of it. But in the last place, the historian would fain bid at something of his heroes appearing after death, yet he does it so faintly that in the conclusion of all it comes to nothing, especially when he tells us that the time of his death was altogether unknown, and that the uncertainty of it took in no less than the compass of 30 years. And then they that were so utterly at loss as to the time of his decease, and that for so long a space were very likely to give a very wise account of the certain time of anything that he did after. But how or to whom did he appear? Why, to a young man, one of his followers, that doubted of the immortality of the soul for 10 months together after his death. But how or where? Why the young man, being tired with watching and praying to Apollonius, that he would appear to him in this point, one day fell asleep in the school where the young men were forming their several exercises, and on the sudden he starts up in a great fright and a great sweat, crying out, "I believe thee, O thee, Tyanus." And being asked by his companions the meaning of his transport, why, says he, do you not see Apollonius? They answer him, no, but they would not be glad to give all the world if they could. So he's saying, man, y'all don't see this nigga standing right here? You don't see Apollonius? They said, nah, man, we wish we could see that. They probably think he crazy. It is true, says he, for he appears to me for my satisfaction, and he is invisible to all others. And then he tells them what he had said to him in his sleep concerning the state of souls. This poor account of the dream and vision of an overwatched boy is all that this great story affords to vie with our Savior's resurrection. And now, upon the review of this whole story, it seems evident to me that this man was so far from being endowed with any extraordinary divine power that he does not deserve the reputation of an ordinary conjurer. For though Hutius has taken some pains to prove him so, yet he gives no evidence of it besides the opinion of the common people. Everyday people said he was the truth, though. House niggas said he wasn't. Field niggas said he was. Who you believe? And if it were enough to make a conjurer, there is no man of an odd and singular humor as Apollonius affected to be, who is not so thought of by the common people, and therefore, when he was accused for it before Domitian, the emperor, upon coming to hear the cause, slighted both him and his accusers, and dismissed him from the court for an idle and fantastic fellow. And it is manifest from the whole series of his history that he was a very vain man, and affected to be thought something extraordinary, and so wandered all the world over in an odd garb to be gazed at and admired. So you really admired a nigga, watching him, pocket watching too. But down mouthing him, bad mouthing him. Anybody know anybody like that? Hate on you strong, but really they admire you. And affected to be thought of something extraordinary, and wandered around the world in odd garb to be gazed at and admired, and made himself considerable in the age by wit. Oh, so he is considerable. He a dog. Oh, dog just hating on you. Yeah. I know that vibe. Oh, he just think he's smart. The only reason he up here at the top, you dig what I'm talking about? He ain't really do nothing. Anybody know anybody like that? Man, Michael Jordan ain't nothing, man. That nigga ain't nothing. It don't matter how many hours he put in the gym. Don't matter after he lost to the Pistons, he worked on that left hand and got stronger. You dig what? Man, that don't matter. Man, he only here because you did what I'm talking about. He sold out to the bootleg. Yeah, that's what they say. They talk bad about you. They don't want to say he put in all that work and he a master of his craft because he really know what he know. They'll just say, man, he just people think he think he considerable, you know what I mean? Because he only got here because of his wit and impudence and flattery. Yeah, dog hating. I know this. Of all which he had competent share. Right? So you see him hating on him? And for his wonder-working faculty, which he needs pretend to, he fetched that as far off as the East Indies. So he telling some things about him. And he got that stuff. He ain't get it from around here. He got it from the Indians. Yep. That is the farthest off as he thought from confutation. And yet the account which he has given of those parts is so grossly fabulous that alone convicts his whole life of imposture and impudence. He hating, dog, mad. He big mad. Such was the consternation produced by the translation of Philostratus' life of Apollonius of Tyana into the modern tongues of Europe that Christians, both Catholic and Protestants, seem to have cast discretion to the winds and to have floundered into the bog from which was their own chief aim to escape. Hold on, you gotta go outside? No. All right. Where was I at? The Christians, both Catholic and Protestant, seem to have cast discretion to the winds and to have floundered into the bog from which it was their chief aim to escape. It will be seen that neither Dr. Parker, Heward, nor Dr. Lardner so much as deigned to notice the real and undeniable facts connected with the life and labors of Apollonius, but spent all their ingenuity in making the most of the fictions or exaggerated recitals which were so common and accompaniment of ancient historical narratives, not one of which does not mingle marvelous with the well authenticated events, which constitute the groundwork and object of all ancient historical records. This avoidance of all notice of the philosophical and religious teachings of Apollonius by those learned theologians shows as nothing else could their consciousness that Apollonius was really the Jesus, Paul, and John of the New Testament scriptures. We have shown that Apollonius for several years taught and preached at Antioch and converted many who were strangers to his knowledge to a belief in his doctrines. It was owing to his great renown as a spiritual medium and teacher acquired at Antioch that certain Jews who had become acquainted with his gifts as a medium and the remarkable manifestations of spirit power occurring through him prevailed upon him to go to Jerusalem. This visit, he tells us, he made to Jerusalem when he was just 33 years of age, the very age at which it is alleged that Jesus began his heaven-appointed mission. He tells us he was then hailed upon his entrance into that city by the people, as it has been alleged the entrance of Jesus of Nazareth was hailed with hosannas and songs of praise to one who came in the name of the Lord. He refers, no doubt, to the following portion of the 21st Matthew 21:9. And the multitude that went before and that had followed cried, Hosanna to the Son of David. Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. Hosanna in the highest. And when he came into Jerusalem, all the city was moved, saying, Who is this? And the multitude said, This is Jesus, the prophet of Nazareth of Galilee. It is true that Apollonius says nothing of his experience at the hands of the Jewish priesthood, and we are left to infer that their treatment of him, where's I at? Hold on one second. We gotta chill up. Okay. And when he came into Jerusalem, all the city was moved, saying, "Who is this?" And the multitude said, "This is Jesus, prophet of Nazareth of Galilee." It is true that Apollyonus says nothing of his experience at the hands of the Jewish priesthood, and we are left to infer that their treatment of him was less agreeable to him than his reception by the multitude. It is true that there is no historical mention extant of this visit of Apollonius to Jerusalem, and therefore we may justly conclude that the writer of the gospel, according to Matthew, after making use of such a historical manuscript to serve his purpose of robbing Apollonius of his duly acquired fame by substituting the mythical Jesus in his stead, took special care to destroy the historical original. That Apollonius never returned to Jerusalem until he did so 32 years afterward as the oracle in Vespasian's camp at the overthrow of Jerusalem. He was there. I'm going to go back and read it. That Apollonius never returned to Jerusalem until he did so 32 years afterward as the oracle of Vespasian's camp at the overthrow of Jerusalem would indicate that the usage he had received at the hands of the Jewish priesthood on his first visit was such as to deter him from again placing himself in their power. As strong evidence of the correctness of this conjecture, it is well to note that Judea was the only civilized country that Apollonius did not visit. And throughout which he did not preach, and in which he did not receive the fraternal reception of every order of priesthood. The place where he's supposed to be getting it, he ain't getting it. Why? Because they ain't Israelites for real. They Jews. Pharisees, Sadducees, none of them are Israelites. How you know? Rah-rah. They the only one not rocking with the real. That Damas made no record of this visit of Apollonius to Jerusalem may be reasonably accounted for by the fact that it was made before Damas began his memoirs, and in all probability Apollonius was too much disgusted with the narrow bigotry of the Jewish hierarchy to inform Damas about it. Apollonius has not told us what followed his joyous reception by the people of Jerusalem. The writers who have made use of that event to exalt their mythical man god say regarding the latter, and the blind and the lame came to him in the temple, and he healed them. And when the chief priests and scribes saw the wonderful things that he did, and the children crying in the temple and saying, Hosanna, Hosanna to the Son of David, they were sore displeased and said unto him, Hearest thou what these say? And Jesus saith unto them, Yea, have ye never read, out of the mouth of babes and sucklings thou hast perfected praise? And he left them and went out of the city into Bethany, and he lodged there. How much of that is taken from the historical memoirs of Apollonius? That's a good question. We may not certainly know, but nothing is more thoroughly authenticated than the act that Apollonius was a wonderful healing medium. The one thing they can't deny is that he healed people. What? Wait a minute. How much of that is taken from the historical memoirs of Apollonius, we may not certainly know. But nothing is more thoroughly authenticated, than the fact that Apollonius was a wonderful healing medium, that he restored sight to the blind, strength to the lame, health to the sick, life to the apparently dead, and prophesied with an accuracy that astonished the then civilized world. What do you mean? There's nothing more authenticated than that. That's what Jeebus did. Wow. Got to start looking at some of these characters around the first century a little different. First, second century characters, I got to start looking at them a little different. And I believe that's pretty much how it probably went too. How they say in the story, where he healed some people and all that stuff, they start pressing him. You dig what I'm talking about? He bounced out on them. I'm pretty sure that's pretty much how it went too. Right? That he did all these things at Jerusalem is most probable, if not certain. And thus, through the return of the spirit of Apollonius, we have a chapter of history revived that the writers of the Christian scriptures suppose they had entirely obliterated from its records. But remember, I said that there is a name that you call these great prophets. And I'm going to show you how they twisted up what you call a great prophet into the name of what you call Jesus. Watch this. Watch this. This is from OWASP, right? Now, for context is key, always. Context being key. We are at the Council of Nicaea, 325 to 329, 330 BC. AD, excuse me. 325, 330 of the Common Era for the first Constantine or Nicene Council, right? That's where we at. Starting in 325, right? Look what's happening. They're about to, for context, Constantine is he's seen some things in the heaven. He's finally put it together to put this religion together called Christianity. and they're going to create its God and create the prophet or the physical representation of the God on earth. That's what happens in the Council of Nicaea. They make it up. Watch this. For 4 years and 7 months, the council thus deliberated and selected from 2,231 books and legendary tales. And at the end of that time, there had been selected and combined much of what was good and great and worded so as to be well remembered by mortals. We talk about the Bible, and this is the Old Testament mixed with the New Testament. Now, watch this. Let's go down some more. Right? They create in Christianity, 3rd century AD, 325 AD, Common Era, right? They created, they didn't put the stuff out of 2,000 some books, worded the stuff together and read it together. But as yet, no God had been selected by the council. And so they balloted in order to determine that matter. And the first ballot gave prominence to the following gods: Jove, Jupiter, Silenus, your uncle, Baal, Thor, Gade, Apollo, Juno, Ares, Taurus, Minerva, Rex, Mithra, Theo, Phregapati, Attis, Durga, Indra, Neptune, Vulcan, Christe, Agni, Chrysis, Pleiades, Huit, Hermes, Tulis, Thomas, Egyptus, Io, Aph. This was amazing to me that they got this. Everybody else I heard of in one iteration of another one, except Hewitt. But Pleiades, Croesus, Agni, Tulis, Thomas, which is out of Egypt. Right? This is out of Egypt. Aegyptus, I didn't know that there was a man named Aegyptus. Up on Saturn, Gitchens, Minos. Right? I wasn't hip on Phanes, but the fact that he was still remembered is amazing to me. Now, besides these, there were 22 other gods and goddesses that received small number of votes. Remember, they're trying to create the God for Christianity in the Council of Nicaea. In 7 days after that, another ballot was taken, and the number of gods was reduced to 27. In 7 more days, another ballot was taken, and the number of gods was reduced to 21. Thus, the number was reduced each ballot, but slower and slower. 6 days in the week were allotted to discuss the merits and demerits of the gods, and on the 7th day, they balloted. But many weeks elapsed towards the last when the number was not reduced. For 1 year and 5 months, the balloting lasted. And at that time, the ballot rested nearly equally on 5 gods. Namely, who? Jove, Jehovih, Christ, Mars. Remember, we're picking the God for the Christian. They nearly fall equally on 5 gods: Jehovih, Christ, Mars, Krite, and Shiva. And here, the ballot did not change for the next 7 times, which was 7 weeks. So they in there sick. Now, Hatuas, which is Constantine, right, spoke before the council saying, ours is a labor for all the nations of the earth and for all time. I know the angels of heaven are with us in this matter. We have found 5 gods. Listen, good and acceptable before the world. What do you say, council? That the angels give us a sign? For we all know the angels' signs of these gods. And the council said, well said, you wisest of men. Such a God shall be ours, now and forever. And immediately there then Luamon. Who? Luamon and his angels gave a sign in fire of a cross smeared with blood, and it rested on a bull's horn like a cloud of fire on a cloud of fire. Now remember, he had just showed him a few years ago, Luamon, his bloody cross in the sky. So he knew it. Now, so is it funny now that we know that that the false god Luamon takes the title of Christ as the God of the Christian? Hold on, let me take him outside, y'all. 1 second. All right. Now, hold on 1 second. Now, the importance of showing the connection of Ayisu and Jesus is simply this: that if this is found in the Bible, your ass is caught. It better not say your name is Ayisu. Watch this. Hatu spoke before the council. We got that already. Let's go down. It said, you are the wisest of men. Such God shall be our God, and now and forever. And a sign, and Luamon and his angels gave a sign in fire of the cross smeared in blood, and it rested upon a bull's horns like a cloud of fire upon a cloud of fire. And at this, Christ, who is the God of the Christians, y'all. Christ, not Jesus. Jesus is his physical representation, his prophet, his human sacrifice, his quote unquote son. And at this, Christ was declared God and Lord of all the nations of the earth. Remember, they're creating Christianity. Who is the God of the Christians? Doesn't that make sense that Christ is the God of the Christians? Christ has nothing to do with the man. Let me show you why they conflate it though. Here go to, let me move this down a little bit. Let's knock this out the park. The council agreed to this unanimously, and moreover, to reject all other gods. The next question was, what mortal representative should be chosen? Listen, the first ballot brought out the names of the following men. Look, Big Zarathustra. Not Zoroaster, Zarathustra. So they still got the stories of Zarathustra, because most of y'all don't even know who that is. And when you hear about him, you still getting mixed up with Zoroaster, not knowing he's 6,500 years before Zoroaster existed. Your story that you get about Jesus dying on the cross, from Zarathustra. The story that you get that he died on the cross between two thieves, that's Zarathustra. The fact that he was betrayed by a nigga named Judas come from Zarathustra. Yeah. All that's taken from the life of Zarathustra. Look, big dogs, real ones, the real prophets, Zarathustra, Thothma. Even though Thothma was, under the impression of Osiris, he really had that thing. They talk about it. He built the pyramid. Yeah, the Great Pyramid of Egypt, Thothma, who they mistakenly call Khufu, Cheops, Jadepre, Khafre. It's all the same person. Yep. Y'all thought Jadepre and Khafre was the sons of Khufu. Oops, you're wrong. It's Egyptian titulary. Yep, it's all the same nigga. The first ballot brought out the following men: Zarathustra, Thothma, Abram, Brahma, Attis. Remember, they said he was a god. Attis, Thomas. So did they thought. Look at your boy. Yeshu. Who is that, y'all? Who is Sakiah? That's Buddha. It's the real Buddha. Hebron. Y'all probably ain't never heard of Hebron. But I know y'all heard of Bali. I know you heard of Krite, because they trying to say that's a god too. Also, who? Krishna. Also, who? Tulis out of Egypt. Also, who? Wittoba out of America. Yeah. This is false god out of America. Besides these, or a prophet, besides these were included in the ballot. Now remember, they're looking for the physical representation of the God Christ. Blasphemy. Now, God, the Son of Jehovah, true God, said, behold the council of Nicaea. They balloted for 12 months as to what man heard the voice. Now remember, they balloted for 12 months as to what man heard the voice. What kind of man hears the voice is the question. Hmm? Do you say, now the creator is asking y'all a question. Do you think the creator sends his matters to a council of men to judge who he wants to put there? Huh? Y'all think he sent it to men? You got a trick coming. Now Constantine, aka Hatus, the gods said, excuse me. It said the gods would not let us choose any man. Now, therefore, hear me. All the lawgivers chosen by the gods have been Isu. So they was trying to figure out and ballot who was the physical representation of the false God Christ, the God of the Christians. And they were balloting for 12 months as to what man heard the voice. For a year, they argued. So Constantine say, look, the gods ain't gonna let us choose. But look, check me out. All the lawgivers, all the people who heard the voice, right, chosen by the gods, have been Aisu. Right? Now, since we cannot make preference to any certain physical man, let's say the man Aisu. Well, that begs to ask the question, what is a Aisu, Cosmo? Let's go look at that. Here you go. In Aisu, all the prophets have been Aisu, right? What is an Aisu? A sexless person. This don't mean that you got a hermaphrodite. No, this is mean I'm not having sex. I'm above even the passion of wanting it. What they like to call what they say they call it celibate. Huh? But past that is one without the possibility of sexual passion. Huh? Some men, such as Brahma, attain to what? Aisu, a person above his lower nature, even his sexual passion. What? What is an Aisu called? Aisu is improperly called Iesus. Huh? And therefore, since all the lawgivers chosen by gods have been Aisu, the hearers of the law, the sexless person, the person above their physical nature, now, since we cannot prefer or make preference as to a man, let us say the man is Aisu. So the name Aisus was adopted and the sacred books were written accordingly. Listen. So the prophet that they came out of there with was not just one single man. They called it the Aisu because Aisu is what all prophets are. The people who hear the voice. Remember, what is an Aisu? Aisu, right? Improperly called Iesus. Remember, in Hebrew, before there was a J, and the J replaced the I. the Hebraic word ayu was made from ayesu. Now, what is an ayesu? One who can hear the voice of the Great Spirit. Huh? It's a level to be attained. See what I'm saying? Ayu has improperly been confounded with Yahweh. Men who attain an Ayesu state are said to have maintained the state of woman, or from the positive to the negative, or i.e. have said to have changed sexes. No, they go from warriors to peaceful. That's what they're talking about. Positive to negative, and women go from negative to positive. It's the same thing. The Ayesu state is the ability to be in the other state and balance both. And in that state, you are above your physical nature. Even your sexuality. That should say a lot. Right? But my thing is, if Owaspi is saying, hold on, if Owaspi is saying that they came out of the council of Nicaea not with the name Jesus, but the name Iesus, huh? If they came up out of there with that thing Iesus, and Owaspi is revealing its source as not being of the creator, and that this is a made up scheme from the spiritual inspiration of a dark God informing a dark people like the Romans. Huh? Look. Watch this. God, the Son of the Creator, said the Council of Nicaea did not sin, for the doctrine set forth as Iesus were for Jehovah. They were. Right? But now they've been twisted and distorted. But where their words, where their words, and like in that Bible, made worshipful the name of Christ and the Holy Ghost, behold, that matter is with the false god Luamong, aka Christ. God said, my testimonies were previously with Abraham, Brahma, and Moses, and I did not speak of Christ, nor of the Holy Ghost. I spoke of God and of the I am. They have said, whoever speaks a word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven him. But whoever speaks against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven him. Right? Therefore, let Luamon bear his own testimony to the kingdom from which it sprang, and the Holy Ghost was his labor. But wait a minute. You just made a claim. Huh? You just made a claim that in the Council of Nicaea they created this nigga Jesus because they couldn't come up with a name, and it wasn't until later to the revise of Hebrew that they add the J in that you even get Jesus, because you called him Iesus that you didn't even know what meant. It just meant prophet, he who hears God, because they couldn't come up on one lie to tell. Wait a minute. So you telling me In the 15, listen. What this says is, let me give you the impact of what this is saying. Right? It's saying there's a way to prove what it's saying. And that is, if in the original King James Version, that would have been the part we get down here in America that we can read in English, and you did what I'm talking about. But in the original versions, before the J get put in, right? Does it say Iesu? It bet not. It bet not. It bet not say Iesu. Huh? This is the King James Version Bible 1611. Huh? It bet not call Jesus Iesus. It bet not. Matthew 1:1, the book of generation of who? Who? If you see that, spin that 6 in the chat real quick. Y'all see that? Iesu. Why they calling Jesus Iesus? Because they didn't know what to call the nigga. They had to make up a name. Well, we don't know what to call him, but all the prophets was Iesu. They spoke to God. Well, let's call him in Iesu. It's called Jesus in modern day English. How did this get in? There's no way this nigga knew this, could explain this, bring this definition out of Iesu, one who can hear the voice of the Great Spirit. And then we see people like Apollonius, not having sex or being without the possibility of sexual passion. This is why it make look so easy to niggas, or it's so baffling to them, because they like, nigga, I still think with mine. You dig what I'm saying? So what they're not understanding is some people are born without the possibility of sexual passion. Those dudes, females, turn into your Jesuses improperly called Iesus. The Hebrew word Iesu comes from Iesu, one who can hear the Great Spirit. Here is Iesu in different ancient texts. This looks like a cartouche. I had to get with the homeboy Smash Rockwell. You see what I'm saying? See if he can break that down for your boy. You dig what I'm saying? Cosmo don't know everything, but I know what I know. And what I do know is ain't no way in hell Iesu is supposed to be in this Bible. Ain't no way in hell that's supposed to be there. And look where the J's is. And Jacob, Joseph, the husband of Mary, who was born Aisus. Where they get it from, Cosmon? From right here. Huh? Huh? Right here. Hear me. All the lawgivers chosen by the gods have been Aisu. Now, since we cannot make preference as to a man to represent the physical representation of this false god Luamang, let us say the man Aisu. Let's go over here and see what Owaspi got to say. Latin ultimately shifted the initial I to a J, not just Aisu to Jesu or Iesus to Jesus, but in other words as well, such as Iupiter to Jupiter, Ionis to Janus, Ino to Juno, June, etc. The word Iesu was used in the Vulgate, which was St. Jerome's Latin translation of the Christian Bible from Hebrew into Latin late in the 300 CE. Not regarding this fabricated story of the representative Iesu that indeed for the whole of the time period from his supposed birth to his supposed crucifixion, there is no statement in the available Roman records mentioning a Jesus as an identified by the Christian story. I want to go back up here real quick and go to they had a lot to say about your boy Philostratus. And you know what? This has been a lot today. So maybe I should come back. Let me see. Because one second, y'all. Hold on one second. Because, yeah, we do got it. We do got it. But I think we're going to end it right there because it's a lot. You dig what I'm talking about? That's a lot to take in. Apollonius Satayana is your Paul. He is your John. Huh? He is your Jesus. Ooh-wee. But remember, they spoke so much about Philostratus, but did you know Philostratus was a Flavian? Uh-oh. Flavius Philostratus. Dang. Dang. Who knew he was a Flavian? I didn't. You dig what I'm talking about? I didn't know that. But I think we should let that sink in for a second. You dig what I'm talking about? Let that sink in for a second. It ain't what they told you. And let's just come back another time and expose that some more of the heathen roots of Christianity. You dig what I'm talking about? It ain't what they told you, right? They done reworked, replotted, retwisted up so much of this history, huh? Can't none of it be, not even what I'm saying, be linked upon at just face value. You got to go do this work. You got to go look and see if what they saying, nigga, this shit coming from a spirit. You just can't take what a spirit say at face, but you better make it prove itself to you. Huh? Next time a spirit, you can't go and break down this shit with robots. No. That ain't how this go. Spirit work for us. Yeah. You're going to prove yourself meritoriously. But what I know is I didn't went into the work and did the back behind, check the double check, the comparison against what's commonly known. You dig what I'm talking about? Some deeper studies that this thing let me on to, and boy, this heavy. This heavy. You know what I mean? So yeah, this is Jehovah Chronicles number 224. Exposing Jesus. How did this get in? If it didn't come in the Council of Nicaea, why is it in the New Testament? And why in its original writing are they calling Jesus Jesus? The word don't even make sense if you don't know what it means. You dig what I'm saying? All right. So somebody got to explain, right, why Jesus is being used right here. Hold on. I just gotta see now. Hold on. I just gotta see. Is that Matthews 1:1? What is that? I believe it's Matthews 1:1. Yep. Look at that. You see how they switched it up? They ain't do it to Isaac. Why they do it to Jesus? Because it was already Jesus. Let's get up in here. Let's get up in here. Hold on. Y'all didn't see that. Hold on. Look. My bad. Y'all didn't see that. Look. They changed Jesus to Jesus already, right? But notice they didn't do it for Isaac. Why? Because Isaac was already an I. So was Jesus. So they changed it. What does G2424 say? It is what? Jesus.
Strong's G 2424. Jesus. Jesus.
Proper noun. Meaning Jehovah's salvation. Jesus, Son of God, Savior, mankind, God incarnate. Jesus Barabbas, captive robber, Jews, big pilot to release. Joshua. Jesus, Jesus equates with Joshua. Remember, Yeshua, Jesus, son of Eleazar, Jesus, surnamed Justice, right? Jesus, surnamed Justice. This is James. Jesus, Yehoshua, Jesus, Aisu. See, they keep trying to tie Jesus to Aisu, right? But look, when we go back to the original King James Version, Jesus is right there. I can't even make it up this good. I'm gonna rock out with my boy FaZe. One more time, man. If y'all got something good up out of this, man, you dig what I'm saying? Hit me with that Super 7 in the chat. Hit me with that Super 7. Put it in the air. You dig what I'm talking about as I land back down here in ooze. You dig what I'm talking about? Continue to shed this light, man. We were just dipping through the galaxy a little bit. You dig what I'm talking about? Putting our spiritual goggles on. You dig what I'm talking about? Seeing what we can peep out here and see. You dig what I'm saying? And Let me see. With that being said, let's get it cracking, y'all.
And Doug.
You'll be back. Emus.
Let's go.
Fuck black history, ain't no black history. This ain't black history, this ain't that you'll see. They don't know about me, you don't know about me. They gon' know about me, you gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave, I was born to slide, I am not afraid. Hop about the K, oh yeah, free to God, they went out of state. I'm a child of God, I do not belong to the United States. Fuck black history, tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. I went to hell, school, graduated at the top of my class. Still never thought I was over my peers. We did that time together 12 years. Ain't that's a movie, I think that it is. They won't control me, I'm really a member. I traveled that road, I came back with the jewels from. When I pull up, they peep how the rules gone. We some dog killers, won't chew bones. Know we all spit on, we supreme. Somewhere I read a nigga had a dream. Did them dirty, they keep playing back that same to us, but it bullshit. If you win the battle, you can tell the story and delete whoever, get whoever glory. Hope you listen closely, this ain't metaphor. This is straight up real and I prepared you for it. MLK was a motherfucking agent. At first he ain't know it, cause really they played him. They showed him the front of the building, they tell him the back was burning. But the secret they gave him, he tried to reveal it. Go back and listen to that. I have a dream, and the speed that he gave on the night before they killed him. He climbed up that mountain and seen the promised land. That boy was a Mason. By writing, they sealed them documents forever. But I know Masons in Atlanta know better. They said he would kill cause of prejudice, yeah, but they lied to you. Here I come with that shovel on, yelling fuck black history. Ain't no black history. They gon' know about me. You gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave. I was born to slide. I am not afraid. Hop about that K. Oh yeah, free the guys. They went out of state. Yeah, I'm a child of God. I do not belong to the United States. Yeah, fuck black history. Tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment. What if I told you you was born sovereign and all you ever had to do was admit this shit? What if I told you that this was your ancestor land? That mean that they was the immigrants. Wait, I think that someone tried to explain that 100 years later. The Negro was still in exile in his own land. Natural birthright, Malcolm X style. What was Holmes saying? That's the curse, right? Fuck black history, ain't no black history. This ain't black history, this ain't that you'll see. They don't know about me, you don't know about me. They gon' know about me, you gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave, I was born to slide. I am not afraid. Hop about the K, oh yeah, free to God, they went out of state. I'm a child of God, I do not belong to the United States. Fuck black history, tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. I went to hell, school, graduated at the top of my class. Still never thought I was over my peers. We did that time together 12 years. Ain't that a movie? I think that it is. They won't control me, I'm really a member. I traveled that road, I came back with the jewels for 'em.
Hey, y'all. Throw them Super 7s up in the chat real quick, man. You dig what I'm talking about? We gonna get up out of here, man. Peace to the gods and the Nirvanian goddesses. All praise to the ever-present creator. And with that, breathe in. Let that light in, because I'm Cosmonian. And I'm out.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh,
Just that Job F, that Chow Mein, that Papa Bull, that Tao Man.
remain since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao saying, so as above, it's so below. That up and that down thing. This flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing current? See, the pattern is ponic. I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers. You feel the force of the ether. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing political. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sealer. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar, oh yeah. Yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you make it salat. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith, it's oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.